3 standard months had passed since the Oculus network fell silent, and the galaxy had changed in ways both hopeful and terrible. On Yavin 4th, the Great Temple no longer felt like a desperate hideout, but an actual military headquarters. New recruits arrived weekly. Pilots, soldiers, defectors who whispered that the impossible had happened, that the Empire could bleed. The Justice League had become more than allies. They were symbols etched into the rebellion's identity, their exploits spreading through underground networks faster than Imperial sensors could contain them. But symbols cast shadows. Superman stood alone on the temple's highest observation platform, watching Yavin's twin suns set over the jungle canopy. His cape hung motionless in the humid air, and his enhanced hearing picked up the sounds of the base below. Mechanics working on fighters, soldiers drilling, Leia's voice in the command center coordinating supply runs. 3 months of full adaptation to this dimension's stellar radiation meant his powers were back to 100%. He could hear a whisper from orbit if he wanted. Right now, he wished he couldn't hear anything at all, because mixed with the sounds of hope were other sounds, transmitted through the hyperspace relay network Cyborg had established. Reports from across the galaxy, screams that Superman's perfect memory would never forget. Brooding doesn't suit you. Batman's voice came from behind him, emerging from shadows that shouldn't have been deep enough to hide him. The Dark Knight had adapted well to this galaxy. Its culture of fear and oppression was, tragically, familiar territory. "You've been up here for 2 hours. Gorman," Superman said quietly. "Chandrila? Bestine the 4? 12 worlds in the last month, Bruce. 12 worlds where the Empire has enacted enhanced security measures in response to increased rebel activity." His hands clenched into fists. Mass arrests, public executions, entire city blocks razed because someone painted our symbol on a wall. Batman moved to stand beside him, his cowl's lenses reflecting the dying sunlight. "You're blaming yourself." "Shouldn't I?" Superman's voice carried an edge of anguish. "We gave them hope. We showed them the Empire could be beaten. And now the Empire is making examples of anyone who dares to believe that. The Empire was always brutal," Batman countered. "We didn't create that. We exposed it." "Did we?" Superman turned to face him, and Batman saw something he rarely witnessed in those blue eyes. Doubt? Or did we just give them an excuse to be worse? Palpatine is using our existence as justification for crackdowns. The dimensional threat requires extraordinary measures. He's turned us into his propaganda tool. Before Batman could respond, Wonder Woman emerged onto the platform, her expression troubled. "You both need to see this. Now." They followed her to the command center, where the rest of the League had gathered around the holotable. The projection showed a news broadcast from the Imperial HoloNet. Professionally produced, perfectly lit, with the kind of production value that made Batman's tactical mind recognize it as psychological warfare. The image was of a Coruscant Plaza. Thousands of citizens filled the square, and at the center, bound in energy restraints, were 50 people. Men, women, even children. The camera panned across their faces, terrified, defiant, resigned. "Citizens of the Empire," a smooth, cultured voice narrated. The visual shifted to show a tall, slender figure in a white uniform. Grand Admiral Thrawn stood before the prisoners like a curator before a museum exhibit. These individuals were arrested on 17 different worlds for acts of sedition, terrorism, and collaboration with extra-galactic insurgents. They have been inspired by false prophets, beings who call themselves heroes while bringing chaos to our ordered society. Flash's fists clenched, He's going to. These 50 will stand trial, Thrawn continued, his red eyes staring directly into the camera with such intensity it felt like he could see through the transmission, through space itself, directly into the souls watching. But understand, for every act of rebellion inspired by these dimensional interlopers, the Empire will respond with justice. Measured, proportional, inevitable. The broadcast cut to show star destroyers in orbit above each of the 17 worlds. Turbo laser batteries glowing, targeting solutions locked on population centers. The Justice League has 48 standard hours to surrender themselves to Imperial custody, Thrawn said, and now his voice carried the weight of absolute certainty. If they do not, the Empire will demonstrate, on each of these 17 worlds, the consequences of harboring insurgents. Acceptable collateral damage has been calculated at 3% of each planetary population. He paused, letting the mathematics of genocide sink in. That is approximately 400 million souls. The choice is yours, heroes. Your freedom or their lives. The transmission ended, replaced by a countdown timer. 47, 59, 58, 47, 59, 57, 47, 59, 56. The command center was silent except for the mechanical tick of descending seconds. General Dodonna stood with his weathered hands braced against the holotable, his face a mask of barely controlled rage. Princess Leia's diplomatic composure had cracked, her eyes bright with unshed tears. Mon Mothma, newly freed and already bearing the weight of leadership, looked at the League with an expression that mixed gratitude and horror in equal measure. "It's a trap," Cyborg said, his mechanical voice breaking the silence. "Obviously a trap. They want you in custody so they can study you, weaponize you, break you publicly to shatter rebel morale." "Of course it's a trap," Aquaman growled, his tattooed arms crossed. "But they've baited it with 400 million lives. What are we supposed to do? Call their bluff?" "It's not a bluff," Kanan Jarrus said quietly. The Jedi had become something of a liaison between the League and the Rebellion's Force-sensitive operatives. The Empire destroyed Alderaan, 2 billion people, to make a point. 17 worlds? That's just math to them. They'll do it. Green Lantern's ring flared brightly, his anger manifesting as emerald fire around his clenched fist. "Then we hit them first. We know where those Star Destroyers are. We disable them before the deadline, save the hostages on Coruscant, and show Thrawn his calculations don't account for us." "And then what?" Batman's voice cut through like a knife. "You disable 17 Star Destroyers. Palpatine sends 34. You stop those, he sends 100. The Empire has endless resources, Hal. We have 7 people in a rebellion that's outgunned 1,000 to 1. We cannot win an escalation war. So we just let 400 million people die." Wonder Woman's hand moved to her sword, her Amazonian warrior soul rebelling against the very concept of surrender. "Everything we've fought for, everything we believe in, says we find a third option. We always find a third option." "There is no third option." Batman's voice rose, rare emotion breaking through his controlled exterior. "That's what Thrawn is teaching us. This isn't Earth, Diana. This isn't a comic book. This is a galaxy where the villains have already won, where tyranny is infrastructure, where our presence doesn't inspire hope. It inspires retribution. We made a mistake coming here. We made a mistake intervening." Superman's head snapped toward Batman, shock and betrayal warring on his face. "You can't mean that." "I mean," Batman said, his voice dropping back to its usual measured tone, "that we need to think beyond the immediate crisis. Thrawn isn't trying to kill those people. He's trying to kill us, our credibility, our morale, our unity. If we surrender, we're neutralized. If we don't, we become mass murderers by inaction. If we try to save everyone, we scatter our forces and get picked off individually. It's a perfect tactical trap. Then we spring it, a new voice said. Everyone turned to see Martian Manhunter, who had been silent until now. John Johns stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his red eyes carrying the weight of centuries of life across multiple worlds. We spring the trap, but on our terms. We give Thrawn what he expects, a desperate rescue attempt, while delivering what he doesn't expect. Which is? Leia asked, leaning forward. The truth, John said simply. Thrawn and Palpatine are using us as propaganda, painting us as chaos agents to justify oppression. We counter that narrative. We don't just save lives. We show the galaxy why we're really here. We broadcast our story, our principles, our refusal to let tyranny define the terms of engagement. Cyborg's eye lit up as his tactical systems began running scenarios. A simultaneous operation, military and informational. We hit the Star Destroyers, yes, but we also hijack the Imperial HoloNet. We tell our side. We show every world what the Empire is really doing, using innocents as hostages, threatening genocide to maintain control. They'll just censor it, Sabine Wren pointed out. She stood with Phoenix Squadron at the room's edge, her Mandalorian armor bearing fresh battle scars from recent skirmishes. The Empire controls all major communications. Not all, Cyborg corrected. I've been building a parallel network using the disabled Oculus probes. They're still transmitting mundane data, but I can repurpose them. Turn the Empire's own surveillance network into a broadcast system they can't shut down without blinding themselves. Batman's mind was already racing through the logistics, the risks, the 1,000 ways this could go catastrophically wrong. Timeline. We have 48 hours. 17 Star Destroyers need to be disabled simultaneously, or the surviving ships carry out the executions. We need teams, coordination, and we need to extract the hostages from Coruscant while the Empire is reacting to the Star Destroyer attacks. We'll need help, Superman said, his earlier doubt transforming into determined focus. The rebellion has pilots, ships. We coordinate with every rebel cell in range of those 17 worlds. A galaxy-wide uprising, everyone hitting Imperial targets at the same moment. Force them to spread their resources thin. Mon Mothma stepped forward, her political mind seeing the opportunity. You're describing open warfare. We've been an insurgency, hiding in the shadows. This would announce the rebellion as a legitimate military force. There's no going back from that. There's no going back anyway, Leia said, her voice steady despite the weight of what she was proposing. The moment we became associated with the Justice League, we crossed that line. Thrawn is right about one thing. The game has changed. We can either adapt or die. General Dodonna pulled up fleet deployment charts. We have enough assets to support operations on maybe 6 of the 17 worlds. The others? He trailed off, the mathematics of sacrifice hanging unspoken. I can hit 3 worlds personally, Superman said. Fast enough to disable Star Destroyers before they fire. How? Can you get teams to 3 more? Green Lantern's ring projected calculations, the Emerald construct showing warp tunnel trajectories. I can create temporary warp gates. It'll drain me to critical levels, but yes. 3 more. That's 12, Flash said, his super speed allowing him to process the tactical display faster than anyone else. 5 short. The Ghost Squadron can handle 2, Hera Syndulla said, her Twi'lek pilot's confidence absolute. Our ships are fast, our crews are skilled. We can hit targets before they realize we're there. And the final 3? Batman's eyes moved to the gathered rebel commanders. You've been training for this. Small, precise strike teams. Not to destroy the Star Destroyers, but to disable their ability to target planetary surfaces. Cut the right cables, overload the right systems. The Empire thinks you're incapable of such precision. Prove them wrong. The plan was audacious, relying on perfect timing and the coordinated effort of forces spread across light years. It was exactly the kind of impossible operation that had defined the Justice League's career. We have 47 hours and 32 minutes, Wonder Woman said, checking the countdown. We should begin immediately. Wait. Obi-Wan Kenobi's voice carried from the chamber entrance. The old Jedi Master walked slowly into the command center, his presence in the Force like a calm pool amidst churning rapids. Before you commit to this path, you must understand what it truly means. The Empire is not your primary enemy in this. Thrawn is a symptom. Vader is a weapon. But the Emperor... He paused, his aged eyes sweeping across the League. Palpatine is something else entirely. He is a wound in the Force, a darkness so profound it bends reality around him. And he has been silent since you arrived. What are you saying? Superman asked. I'm saying this trap, this ultimatum, this entire scenario. It reeks of his manipulation. Thrawn is brilliant, but Palpatine is beyond brilliant. He is ancient, patient, and utterly certain of his dominance. Obi-Wan's voice dropped. What if this isn't about capturing you or killing innocents? What if this is about something far more insidious? Batman's tactical mind arrived at the answer a heartbeat before Obi-Wan spoke it. What if Palpatine is trying to corrupt you? The question hung in the air, like a curse. Because if the Emperor's true goal wasn't to destroy the Justice League, but to turn them, to prove that even beings of immense power and moral certainty could be broken, twisted, made to serve darkness, then every choice they made played into his hands. The countdown timer ticked onward, indifferent to philosophy or fear. 47, 14, 22, 47, 14, 21, 47, 14, 20. We don't have time for metaphysical concerns, Superman said, though his voice carried less certainty than before. People are going to die if we don't act. People are going to die regardless, Batman countered. The question is whether we die with them, morally or literally. Then we make sure we don't, Flash said, his usual humor absent. We go in smart, we go in fast, and we show Palpatine that corruption only works on people who can be corrupted. We're the Justice League. We've faced down gods and come out clean. One creepy Emperor isn't going to change that. Wonder Woman placed a hand on Superman's shoulder, a gesture of solidarity and shared burden. We've made our choice simply by being here, by taking sides in this war. There is honor in commitment, even when the path is unclear. We go forward. Superman looked around the room, at his fellow heroes who'd crossed dimensions with him, at the rebels who'd placed their faith in beings from another reality, at the countdown timer marking the seconds until genocide. This was what it meant to be a hero. Making impossible choices with imperfect information while the universe watched and judged. All teams, prepare for deployment, Superman said, his voice carrying the command authority that had led the Justice League through countless crises. We have 47 hours to save 400 million lives and show the Empire that threats and ultimatums don't work on us. He met each person's gaze in turn. We'll divide into strike teams. Targets will be assigned based on capability and travel time. Cyborg, prepare your broadcast. Batman, coordinate with Rebel intelligence. Diana, work with Mon Mothma on the political message we're sending. The room exploded into coordinated activity, the organized chaos of warriors preparing for battle. But as teams dispersed and plans solidified, Batman caught Superman's arm one more time. "Clark, if this goes wrong..." "It won't," Superman interrupted, but his eyes betrayed the lie. They both knew the truth. In a war this vast, against an enemy this entrenched, there were no guaranteed victories. Only choices made in good faith in the hope that righteousness would prevail. "If it does," Batman continued, his voice low enough that only Kryptonian hearing could catch it. "Remember what Obi-Wan said. This might be about more than saving lives. Watch for the real trap within the obvious one. The Emperor is playing a game we don't fully understand yet." Superman nodded slowly, then moved to join Wonder Woman at the tactical display. Batman watched him go, his detective's instincts screaming that they were missing something crucial, some piece of the puzzle that would only become clear when it was too late. On Coruscant, in the Emperor's throne room atop the Imperial Palace, Palpatine sat in meditation. The dark side swirled around him like a living thing, whispering secrets of futures possible and probable. Before him, holographic displays showed the Justice League's frantic preparations, their noble determination to save everyone. Perfect. A dry chuckle escaped his withered lips. These heroes were so predictable, so constrained by their morality. They would scatter across the galaxy to save innocence, dividing their strength, exposing their principles to the corrupting influence of impossible choices. And while they played heroes, he would play chess. "Lord Vader," Palpatine's voice carried through the Force across light years to the unknown regions. "The prey has taken the bait. Proceed to the next phase. It is time to show these dimensional travelers what power truly means." In the shadows of a dead world where the dark side sang its siren song, Darth Vader ignited his lightsaber, its crimson blade reflecting in his black mask. "As you wish, my master." The countdown continued its inexorable march. 46, 52 at 11, 46, 52 at 10, 46, 52, so 9. 46 hours remained. 17 worlds hung in the balance. And the Justice League, divided and desperate, raced against time to save a galaxy that might not want to be saved. The real war was about to begin. The twin suns of Tatooine beat down on Mos Eisley's dusty streets with merciless intensity. But inside Chalmun's cantina, the darkness was almost absolute. Superman sat in a corner booth, his civilian clothes a simple brown robe he'd borrowed from Obi-Wan, doing little to disguise his distinctive build. The cantina's usual assortment of smugglers, bounty hunters, and beings best left unidentified went about their business, giving the strange human a wide berth. Something about him radiated danger, even when he was trying to look harmless. He wasn't there for the atmosphere. He was waiting. The message had arrived 6 hours into their 46-hour countdown, transmitted on a frequency only Cyborg systems could detect. It was brief, formal, and absolutely terrifying in its implications. To the one called Superman. "The Emperor requests your presence. Alone. Coordinates attached. Come, and 4 worlds will be spared immediately as a gesture of good faith. Refuse, and they burn within the hour. You have 30 minutes to decide." Batman had called it an obvious trap. Wonder Woman had volunteered to go in his place. Flash had suggested they all go together. But Superman had seen something in the message that the others hadn't, an opportunity. If Palpatine wanted to meet, wanted to talk, that meant he believed conversation could achieve something violence couldn't. And if there was even a chance to save 4 worlds without firing a shot, Superman had to take it. The cantina's entrance darkened as a figure stepped through. Tall, hooded, moving with a predatory grace that parted the crowd like water. Superman's X-ray vision identified the lightsaber before the figure spoke, though the weapon's presence in the Force was like a wound in reality itself. "You came," Darth Vader said, his mechanical voice cutting through the cantina's ambient noise. Several patrons recognized the armor, the sound, and suddenly found urgent business elsewhere. Within 30 seconds, the cantina had emptied save for the bartender, who wisely retreated to the back. "The Emperor sent you?" Superman asked, remaining seated. A subtle power play. He wouldn't stand in deference to a servant of tyranny, even one as dangerous as Vader. "The Emperor sent an invitation. I am here to ensure you accept it properly." Vader moved to stand before the booth, his towering presence dominating the space. "You will come to Coruscant. You will meet with him in the Imperial Palace. You will be unarmed and unaccompanied. And in exchange, 4 worlds are spared?" Superman's eyes narrowed. "Which 4? The Emperor's choice, not yours. Do you accept?" Superman was silent for a long moment, his super hearing detecting the subtle changes in Vader's breathing pattern, the minute shifts in his stance. The Sith Lord was tense, expecting resistance, perhaps hoping for it. This was a being who understood violence far better than diplomacy. "I have conditions," Superman said. Behind the mask, Vader's response was almost curious. "You are in no position to make demands." "I'm in the only position that matters," Superman corrected calmly. "You need me to come willingly. If you try to take me by force, I'll resist. We'll fight. This cantina will be destroyed, along with most of Mos Eisley. Hundreds will die, maybe thousands. And you still might not capture me." He leaned forward slightly. "So, yes, I have conditions." Vader was silent, processing. The Kryptonian wasn't wrong. Their last engagement had proven that brute force was insufficient. "State your terms." "First, I choose which 4 worlds are spared. Gorman, Chandrila, Bestine 4, and Corellia." Superman had memorized the list, had spent hours analyzing which populations were most at risk. "Those are my price for the meeting." "Acceptable. And your second condition?" "This conversation stays between us. My team thinks I'm investigating an Imperial weapons facility in the Outer Rim. They don't know about this meeting, and they won't. I don't want them trying to rescue me from something I'm choosing to walk into." This actually made Vader pause. The Kryptonian was deliberately isolating himself from his support network, accepting vulnerability. It was either spectacularly brave or monumentally foolish. Why? Because if there's a chance, even a small one, that talking can save lives my fists can't, I have to take it. Superman stood, his full height bringing him nearly eye level with Vader, despite the Sith Lord's imposing armor. "I've fought enough wars to know that sometimes the hardest battles are the ones where you don't throw a punch." Vader regarded him in silence, his mask's black lenses unreadable. Finally, he gestured toward the exit. "The Emperor will be pleased by your wisdom. Come." The journey to Coruscant was conducted in Vader's personal shuttle, a Lambda-class vessel as black as its owner's armor. Superman sat in the passenger compartment, his enhanced senses monitoring every system, mapping every corridor, calculating a dozen escape routes if this went wrong. Through the viewports, hyperspace flowed in its mesmerizing blue-white pattern. Vader stood at the forward viewport, motionless as a statue. After an hour of silence, he spoke without turning. "You are different from the Jedi." "I'm not a Jedi at all," Superman replied. "No, but you share their fundamental flaw." Now Vader did turn, his cape sweeping dramatically. "You believe in redemption, in the possibility that even the darkest soul can be saved through compassion and understanding. You say that like it's a weakness. It is. Vader's mechanical breathing filled the space between them. The Jedi believed as you do. They thought they could save everyone, redeem everyone, that their compassion was infinite and their wisdom absolute. It made them weak. It made them blind. It made them dead. Superman met his gaze steadily. Or maybe they were right, and they just didn't have enough time to prove it. Time is irrelevant to truth. Power is truth. Control is truth. The Empire brings order to a galaxy that was drowning in chaos. Your rebellion offers only a return to the weakness that necessitated the Empire's rise. Vader turned back to the viewport. The Emperor will show you this. He will show you why your compassion is a luxury this galaxy cannot afford. We'll see, Superman said quietly. Coruscant rose before them like a jewel of metal and light. The entire planet encased in cityscape that stretched from pole to pole. Trillions of beings lived on this world, their lives intertwined in a complexity that defied Superman's ability to fully comprehend. This was the beating heart of the Empire, and as their shuttle descended through carefully controlled traffic lanes, Superman understood the scale of what he was facing. The Imperial Palace dominated the landscape, a massive pyramidal structure that seemed to swallow light itself. As they landed on a private platform a kilometer above the surface, Superman's X-ray vision was suddenly, painfully blocked. The entire palace was shielded with materials and energy fields he couldn't penetrate. The Emperor does not appreciate uninvited observation, Vader said, apparently sensing Superman's attempt. Your abilities, while formidable, are known to us now. Countermeasures have been implemented. They walked through corridors of polished black stone and blood-red carpeting, past saluting Imperial guards in their crimson armor, deeper into the heart of absolute power. Superman's superhearing picked up fragments of conversation from distant chambers, senators debating, military commanders planning, the mundane business of galactic governance. But underlying it all was something else. A pressure, a weight, a presence that made even Superman's invulnerable skin prickle with warning. The dark side of the Force, Obi-Wan had called it. Superman had dismissed it as mysticism. Now, approaching the throne room, he understood it was far more concrete than that. The doors opened, massive slabs of metal that should have required hydraulics, but moved with a whisper. Beyond lay a chamber of shadows and carefully calculated grandeur, and at its center, seated on a throne of black metal, was Emperor Palpatine. He was smaller than Superman had expected, a withered figure in black robes, his face hidden by a hood. But the moment those yellow eyes opened and fixed on him, Superman understood why entire star systems bowed to this man's will. Ah. Palpatine's voice was soft, almost grandfatherly, yet it carried an authority that filled the chamber. The Kryptonian, the last son of a dead world. Welcome, Superman. Welcome to the seat of true power in this galaxy. Superman didn't bow, didn't kneel, didn't show deference. He walked forward until he stood 10 meters from the throne, far enough to be respectful, close enough to make clear he wasn't afraid. You wanted to meet? I'm here. Honor your agreement. Spare those 4 worlds. Palpatine's thin lips curved into a smile that held no warmth. So direct, so noble. Lord Vader, broadcast the order. Gorman, Chandrila, Bestine Darfur, and Corellia are to stand down all orbital bombardment preparations. Their populations have been granted clemency. For now. Vader bowed and retreated to a communication console. Superman heard the transmission, verified with his super hearing that the order was being executed across multiple channels. Palpatine hadn't lied. 4 worlds were saved. Why? Superman asked. Why agree to this meeting? Why offer clemency? What do you want from me? Want? Palpatine rose from his throne, moving with a fluidity that belied his apparent age. I want nothing from you, young hero. I seek only to educate you, to show you the truth that underlies your noble intentions. He gestured, and holographic displays materialized in the air around them. You see the Empire as tyranny. You see me as a dictator. But do you know what I see when I look at this galaxy? The displays showed images. Clone Wars battles, planets burning, refugees fleeing in massive exoduses. I see a civilization that nearly destroyed itself through weakness and good intentions. The Old Republic, your rebellion's idealized past, was a cesspool of corruption. Senators who cared more for personal profit than planetary welfare. A Jedi Order so arrogant, they believed themselves immune to darkness. And beneath it all, a corporate greed so profound that it sparked a war killing trillions. More images. The Clone Wars expanding, systems burning. I ended that war, Superman. I brought peace through strength. I replaced corrupt democracy with efficient autocracy. And yes, I rule through fear, because fear is honest. Fear is predictable. Fear prevents the chaos that leads to the deaths of billions. Superman's jaw clenched. You're describing a protection racket scaled up to galactic proportions. Submit or die isn't governance, it's extortion. Is it? Palpatine moved closer, his yellow eyes gleaming. Tell me, Kryptonian, when you fought crime on your world, did you ask the criminals nicely to stop? Did you hold votes on whether murder was wrong? Or did you impose your will, your superior power, your moral certainty on those you deemed unworthy? That's different. I protected people from those who would harm them. As do I. Palpatine's voice was silk over steel. The difference is scale, not principle. You enforce your morality on a city. I enforce order on a galaxy. You use fear of your power to maintain peace. I simply formalize that truth into government. The argument was insidious, twisting Superman's own methods into justification for totalitarianism. The difference is accountability. I answer to the law, to the people I protect. You answer to no one. I answer to reality, Palpatine countered. To the harsh truth that beings require strong leadership, or they descend into savagery. Your rebellion proves this. They claim to fight for freedom. But what is their alternative? A return to the Republic's weakness? A galaxy fragmented into 1,000 squabbling systems? How many die in the wars that follow the Empire's fall? He waved his hand, and the holographic displays shifted to show economic data, food distribution networks, trade route security. The Empire feeds trillions. It maintains peace across light years. It provides infrastructure that allows beings to live their lives without fear of random violence or pirate attacks. Yes, there is oppression. Yes, there is brutality toward those who rebel. But weigh that against the alternative, a galaxy consuming itself in endless war. Superman wanted to argue, wanted to reject every word, but he couldn't ignore the data. The Empire did provide services, did maintain order. The question was whether that order was worth the price. You destroyed Alderaan, Superman said flatly. 2 billion people who never raised a weapon against you. Alderaan was the financial and logistical heart of the rebellion, Palpatine replied, without a hint of remorse. Princess Leia Organa, its senator, was directly involved in terrorist operations that killed thousands. The planet's government funded insurgent cells across 100 systems. And when given the chance to surrender those responsible, they chose defiance. His voice hardened. I made an example. A terrible, tragic example. And do you know how many rebellions have collapsed since? How many systems have surrendered rather than risk the same fate? The deaths of 2 billion prevented the deaths of tens of billions in protracted warfare. That's the logic of a monster, Superman said, his eyes beginning to glow red with barely contained heat vision. No, Palpatine corrected calmly, seemingly unconcerned by the threat. That is the logic of a ruler who has lived for decades and understands that sometimes the moral choice is the monstrous one. You are young, Superman. You have the luxury of absolute morality because your power allows you to save everyone in your immediate sphere. But I govern a galaxy. I must make choices where every option leads to death. I simply choose the option that leads to the least death. He turned away, moving back toward his throne. You came here hoping to change my mind, to convince me through reason or threat to spare innocence. But I invited you here to change yours, to show you that your opposition to the Empire is not heroism. It is naivety. You empower a rebellion that cannot win, cannot govern, and whose very existence causes the suffering you claim to oppose. Superman's fists clenched so hard the air around them crackled. You're wrong. Am I? Palpatine settled back into his throne, his posture relaxed, confident. Then prove it. Return to your rebellion. Continue your attacks. Save your 17 worlds. Oh yes, I know your plan, every detail of it. My intelligence networks are quite thorough. His smile was predatory. Save them, and watch as I select 17 more, and 17 more after that. Watch as your heroism becomes the justification for ever-escalating Imperial response. He leaned forward, and the full weight of his presence, centuries of manipulation, decades of absolute power, the dark side itself, focused on Superman like a lance of malevolent will. You cannot save them all, Superman. The Empire is too vast, too entrenched, too necessary to this galaxy's survival. Your only choices are to surrender, joining me in bringing true order to the stars, or to continue this futile resistance and watch millions die because you are too proud to admit the truth. Sometimes, the villain is right. Superman stood in that throne room, facing an evil that justified itself with logic, that wrapped tyranny in the language of necessity. And for the first time since arriving in this galaxy, he felt something he'd rarely experienced in his career as a hero. Doubt. Not doubt that Palpatine was evil. That was clear. But doubt that fighting him was making things better. Doubt that the rebellion's victory would be worth the cost. Doubt that beings from another dimension had the right to impose their values on a galaxy they barely understood. I need time to think, Superman said finally. Of course. Palpatine waved his hand magnanimously. Lord Vader will return you to Tatooine. Consider my words carefully, Superman. Consider whether your pride is worth the lives of those 400 million. You have... He glanced at a chronometer. 39 hours and 17 minutes remaining. Use them wisely. As Superman turned to leave, Palpatine's voice followed him one last time. Oh, and Superman? Your friends are, at this moment, walking into traps of their own. I've had all the time in the galaxy to prepare for you. Every move you make has been anticipated. Every noble intention has been weaponized against you. You are not fighting an empire. You are fighting inevitability. And inevitability always wins. The doors closed behind him with a hollow boom, and Superman found himself walking beside Vader back toward the shuttle, his mind churning with arguments and counter-arguments, with moral certainties that suddenly seemed less certain. He had come to Coruscant hoping to save lives through dialogue. He was leaving with the terrifying suspicion that Palpatine might have just saved them through corruption, while Superman faced philosophical warfare on Coruscant. The rest of the Justice League was discovering that Palpatine's traps came in multiple forms. Batman stood in the cockpit of a borrowed rebel transport, studying the star charts with an intensity that bordered on obsessive. Beside him, Wonder Woman checked her equipment for the third time. While Martian Manhunter sat in meditation, his consciousness stretched thin as he attempted to sense what awaited them in the unknown regions. "Clark's been gone for 6 hours," Wonder Woman said, her voice tight with concern. "He said the investigation would take 3 at most." "He's fine," Batman said, though his tone suggested he was trying to convince himself as much as her. "If something had gone wrong, we'd know. The Empire would broadcast it. Unless they're holding him to use as leverage," Wonder Woman countered. "Then we proceed as planned," Batman said flatly. "We can't afford to get distracted. 17 worlds, remember? We have our assignments." He pulled up the holographic display showing their specific target, a world in the unknown regions designated only as Exegol, in the fragmentary Imperial records Cyborg had decrypted. The data was sparse, almost suspiciously so. An Imperial research facility, suspected force-related experimentation, high-level security but minimal garrison. It was exactly the kind of target that should draw the League's attention, morally reprehensible enough to justify intervention, lightly defended enough to seem achievable. "It's a trap," Batman had said when they first analyzed it. "Of course it's a trap," Wonder Woman had replied. "But if they're experimenting on Force sensitives, we can't ignore it." Now, approaching the swirling nebula that concealed Exegol from conventional sensors, Batman's certainty that this was a trap had evolved into certainty about what kind of trap it was. Palpatine wasn't trying to capture them. He was trying to break them. "John," Batman said quietly, "what do you feel?" The Martian's eyes opened, glowing with an eerie red light in the darkened cockpit. "Pain. Ancient pain, layered and compressed until it has become something else. Something that exists beyond normal perception of suffering." His voice carried a tremor of genuine fear. "This place is wrong, Bruce. It feels like the opposite of life. If Mars died and its corpse screamed for millennia, it would feel like this. Can you shield us from it?" "I can try. But if there are Force users there who have learned to weaponize that darkness..." Joan trailed off, the implication clear. His telepathy, usually their greatest reconnaissance tool, might become a liability. The transport dropped out of hyperspace into a nightmare. Exegol hung in a storm of perpetual lightning, arcing between massive structures that jutted from the planet's surface like the broken ribs of a dead god. The sky was a roiling mass of crimson and black, and the very space around the world seemed to bend wrong, as if reality itself was being distorted by whatever resided below. Reading massive dark side energy, Kanan's voice came over the comm. The Jedi had insisted on accompanying them, despite Batman's objections. "This isn't just a research facility. This is a Sith stronghold. Maybe the Sith stronghold." Their transport descended through the storm, lightning battering their shields, but never quite breaking through. It was as if they were being guided, permitted to enter. The thought made Batman's skin crawl. They landed in a massive hangar carved from obsidian rock, its walls covered in ancient Sith runes that seemed to writhe and shift when viewed peripherally. The facility was enormous, a cathedral to darkness that extended deep into the planet's crust. "Life signs?" Wonder Woman asked as they disembarked, her hand on her sword. "Hundreds," Batman replied, reading his scanner. "But they're off. The biosignatures don't match any known species, and they're not moving. They're just waiting." They moved through corridors of black stone, their footsteps echoing in a silence that felt oppressive, predatory. The force sensitivity that Kanan possessed, that John could peripherally detect, screamed warnings with every step. This was a place where the dark side had accumulated for so long it had become sedimentary, compressed into the very foundation. They found the first laboratory 20 minutes into their infiltration. What they saw would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Hundreds of tanks filled with blue fluid, and in each tank, a body. Not corpses, something worse. Clones in various stages of development. But these were not the clean, military clones of the Republic's army. These were twisted, malformed things. Bodies grown with too many limbs, or wrong proportions, or faces that seemed to shift between multiple identities. "What is this?" Wonder Woman breathed, her warrior's composure cracking at the sheer wrongness before her. Kanan approached one of the tanks, his face pale. "Force-sensitive cloning. They're trying to replicate Force users. But it's not working. The Force rebels against artificial life. These things are alive, but they're in constant agony. I can feel their pain in the Force. It's deafening." Batman was already at a computer terminal, his fingers flying across the alien keyboard as he interfaced his cowl systems with the Imperial database. What he found made his blood run cold. "This isn't just research," he said, his voice tight. "This is production. They're not trying to clone Force sensitives for study. They're trying to create an army of them. And according to these records, they've succeeded. 200 viable specimens. Moved to a secondary facility for conditioning and deployment. An army of dark side Force users," John said, his telepathy picking up echoes of malevolent intent from the equipment around them. "Each one potentially as powerful as an Inquisitor, but without the limitations of training or individual will. They would be weapons, nothing more." "Where's the secondary facility?" Wonder Woman asked. Batman pulled up the coordinates. His face went even grimmer behind his cowl. "It's mobile. A Star Destroyer, currently in transit to..." He stopped, the pieces suddenly falling into place with horrifying clarity. "To 17 different worlds. The same 17 Thrawn threatened. They're not planning orbital bombardment. They're planning to deploy these Force user clones if we interfere with their Star Destroyers." The trap's true nature revealed itself in all its elegant cruelty. Save the worlds from bombardment and unleash monsters that would tear through civilian populations with supernatural efficiency. The Empire wasn't threatening mass death. They were threatening prolonged horror. That's when they attacked. The room's shadows came alive. From every corner, from behind every tank, figures emerged. They wore black armor similar to stormtroopers, but designed with an aesthetic that screamed Sith influence. Sharp angles, crimson highlights, helmets with eyes that glowed with unnatural red light. Sith troopers. Kanan breathed, igniting his lightsaber. "I thought they were extinct." "Everything old is new again in the Empire," one of the troopers said, his voice modulated but carrying an undercurrent of dark side corruption. "Surrender, dimensional travelers. You are in the heart of our power." There is no escape. Wonder Woman drew her sword, its edge gleaming with divine light that seemed to push back against the oppressive darkness. We have faced armies before. We will face yours. The battle that erupted was brutal and claustrophobic. Sith troopers fought with a coordination that went beyond training. They were linked through the dark side, each one sensing his comrade's intentions, moving as a single organism. Their weapons fired not standard blaster bolts, but some kind of crimson energy that burned with dark side corruption. Wonder Woman's sword sang through the air, deflecting shots and cleaving through armor. But each trooper she felled seemed to feed strength to the others. The dark side fed on death, on suffering, and this battle was giving it a feast. Batman threw smoke grenades and flashbangs, using the chaos to target weak points, joints in armor, weapon power packs, the coordination nodes he'd identified in their helmets. He fought analytically, surgically, turning their coordination against them by creating cascading failures in their neural link. But it was John who bore the worst of it. The Martian attempted to phase through a group of troopers, only to find that their dark side auras created a field his intangibility couldn't penetrate. Worse, when he tried to read their minds, he found nothing but screaming. These troopers had been conditioned through torture and dark side ritual until their individual identities were burned away, leaving only hate and obedience. The psychic feedback sent John to his knees, his form flickering uncontrollably between shapes as his consciousness tried to escape the ocean of malevolence he'd touched. John. Batman moved to cover him, his cape spreading as he physically shielded the Martian from incoming fire. A crimson bolt caught him in the shoulder, and even through his armor, he felt something wrong. The energy didn't just burn, it corrupted, tried to seep into his flesh and spread like poison. Kanan fought beside Wonder Woman, his blue blade weaving patterns of defense. But he was one Jedi against dozens of dark side-empowered soldiers, and he was tiring. "We can't win this fight," he shouted over the chaos. "There are too many, and they just keep coming." "Then we don't win," Batman grunted, injecting himself with a broad-spectrum antitoxin from his utility belt. "We escape. Diana, clear a path." Wonder Woman's eyes blazed with Amazon fury. She slammed her bracers together, and the shockwave that erupted flattened 24 Sith troopers, their armor crumpling under the concussive force. The momentary gap was all they needed. Batman hauled John to his feet while Kanan provided cover. They fought their way back through the corridors, pursued by an ever-growing swarm of Sith troopers. The facility seemed to be waking up, responding to their presence, disgorging defenders from chambers they hadn't even known existed. They reached the hangar to find their transport surrounded. More Sith troopers, these ones carrying heavy weapons, had set up a perimeter. Escape seemed impossible. That's when the ceiling exploded. Green energy lanced down from above, carving through the hangar's roof like tissue paper. Green Lantern descended on a construct platform, his ring blazing at full power, his face set in grim determination. "Need a lift?" Hal shouted, throwing up massive shields as the Sith troopers opened fire. "What are you doing here?" Batman demanded as they scrambled onto the platform. "You're supposed to be coordinating the Star Destroyer strikes." "Change of plans." Hal's construct rose rapidly, punching back through the hole he'd made. Cyborg detected an energy signature spike on Exegol that matched dark side readings. "Figured you might be in trouble. Looks like I was right." They burst out of the facility into Exegol's tortured sky, Hal's ring creating a bubble of protection against the lightning. Their transport, guided remotely, met them at altitude and they piled in, Hal collapsing the platform behind them. As they broke orbit, fleeing toward hyperspace, Batman pulled up the data he'd managed to download from the facility's computers. What he saw confirmed his worst fears. "The Sith troopers are only phase 1, he said, his voice hollow. "Palpatine has been building this force for years, hidden on Exegol. Thousands of them, all linked through the dark side, all waiting for deployment. And according to this," he pulled up a star chart showing dozens of worlds highlighted in red. "He's been positioning them near every major rebel stronghold, every sympathetic system, every world where resistance might take root. He's prepared for the rebellion to win," Wonder Woman realized, her face pale. "He's set up a scenario where even if we somehow defeat the Empire militarily, he triggers this army. They pour out and slaughter anyone who supported the rebellion. It's a doomsday protocol." "Not doomsday," Batman corrected grimly. "Resurrection. He loses, appears to die, and then the Sith troopers activate and restore order through terror. The Empire returns, more brutal than before, and this time, no one will dare resist because they've seen what happens when you try." John, recovered enough to speak, added his own horrifying insight. "The Force-sensitive clones we saw, the failed experiments, they weren't failures at all. They were test subjects, learning what works, what doesn't. He's perfecting the process. Given enough time, he could create an unstoppable army of dark side abominations." The implications crashed over them like a tidal wave. They weren't just fighting an empire. They were fighting a immortal Sith Lord who had been planning for every contingency for decades, who had backup plans for his backup plans, who would rather burn the galaxy than lose control of it. "We need to tell the others," Kanan said, his voice shaken. "The rebellion needs to know what's waiting for them." "They won't believe us," Batman said flatly. "Most of the rebel leadership thinks the Sith are extinct, that Vader is the last one. They don't understand that Palpatine is playing a game that spans decades, maybe centuries. They're fighting for freedom next year. He's thinking about control 100 years from now." "Then we make them believe," Wonder Woman said, her hand on Batman's shoulder. "We show them the evidence. We..." "Sir." Their pilot, a young rebel named Wedge Antilles, called from the cockpit. "We're receiving an urgent transmission from Yavin 4. Multiple Imperial fleets just dropped out of hyperspace near the base. The Empire found them. They're evacuating now, but..." His voice cracked. "General Dodonna is saying it's bad. Really bad." Batman pulled up the tactical feed, and his blood ran cold. 6 Star Destroyers had appeared in the Yavin system, not attacking yet, but forming a blockade, trapping the rebel fleet in orbit. It was the same tactic they'd used in their ultimatum, but scaled up. And on the lead Star Destroyer, Grand Admiral Thrawn's calm voice was broadcasting on all frequencies. "Justice League. You have 24 hours remaining before execution of the 17 worlds begins. But I am adding a new condition. Surrender yourselves to Imperial custody, or Yavin 4 becomes the 18th world. You have mobilized your forces across the galaxy to save 17 worlds you do not know. Let us see if you will sacrifice yourselves to save the one world you do." The transmission ended, replaced by a visual of the base below. Rebel fighters scrambled, transports fled. But there was no way everyone could escape in time. Thousands of personnel, all the people they'd come to know and respect over 3 months, were trapped. "He's splitting us up," Batman said, his mind racing through scenarios. "Clark is wherever he is. We're here. The rest of the team is scattered across the galaxy preparing to hit Star Destroyers. Now he's added Yavin to the list, forcing us to choose between the mission and our friends." "There's no choice," Wonder Woman said firmly. "We go back. We save Yavin. And the 17 worlds die," Batman countered. That's 400 million people, Diana. Then we find a way to save everyone. There is no way. Batman's voice rose, rare emotion breaking through. That's what Thrawn is teaching us. That's what Palpatine wants us to learn. We can't save everyone. We have to choose. And every choice we make is wrong. The silence in the transport was suffocating. They were heroes, damn it. They were the Justice League. They had faced gods and monsters, saved worlds, beaten impossible odds. But this galaxy, with its entrenched evil and its population spread across light years, was defeating them not through superior force, but through the mathematics of genocide. I need to think, Batman said, slumping into a seat. Give me. I need to think. But even as he said it, he knew the truth. There was no brilliant plan waiting to be discovered, no clever trick that would let them save everyone. They were going to have to choose who lived and who died, and that choice would define them forever. On Coruscant, in his throne room, Palpatine felt the despair radiating from his newest targets across the galaxy. He smiled, his yellow eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Yes, he whispered to the darkness around him. Break for me, heroes. Break and learn that in this galaxy, hope is the cruelest illusion of all. Superman's shuttle emerged from hyperspace near Tatooine, but he didn't immediately return to the cantina. Instead, he hung in orbit, his cape billowing in the solar wind, watching the twin suns of the desert world with eyes that could see every wavelength of their radiation. His cells drank in the familiar energy, restoring him physically, even as his mind wrestled with Palpatine's words. Sometimes, the villain is right. No, that couldn't be true. Evil was evil, regardless of how it justified itself. And yet, his communicator chirped, Cyborg's emergency frequency. Superman activated it to hear Victor's voice, tight with controlled panic. Clark, where the hell are you? We've got a situation. Multiple situations. Yavin's under blockade, Batman's team barely escaped Exegol alive, and we're 12 hours from the deadline with no good options. We need you back here now. I'm on my way, Superman said, but his voice sounded distant even to himself. Vic, I need to ask you something. Have you calculated the casualties? If we execute the plan, save the 17 worlds, how many Imperial personnel die? There was a pause. Yeah, I ran the numbers. Best case scenario. With our precision and your restraint, we're looking at approximately 15,000 Imperial military casualties, most of them crew on the Star Destroyers we disable. 15,000, Superman repeated numbly. 15,000 people with families, friends, lives. People who joined the military maybe because they believed in order or needed a paycheck or were conscripted. We kill 15,000 to save 400 million. That's the math, Clark, Cyborg said. And there was something heavy in his tone. That's war. The needs of the many. Don't, Superman interrupted. Don't quote that at me. Every one of those 15,000 is a person, Victor, not a number. Not acceptable collateral damage. A person. And so are the 400 million we're trying to save. Cyborg's voice rose. Clark, I don't like it either. None of us do. But we're out of time for philosophical debates. Either we act or we surrender, or we do nothing and watch genocide happen. Pick one. Superman closed his eyes, floating in the void, torn between principles that had guided him his entire life. He was supposed to save everyone. That was the whole point of being Superman. He was the one who found the third option. The solution that let everyone go home alive. But Palpatine was right about one thing. This galaxy was too big, too complex, too broken for those solutions. There was no clever plan that saved everyone. There was only mathematics, and every equation ended in death. "I'm coming," Superman said finally. "Give me coordinates." He flew toward the rendezvous point, but his speed was slower than usual. Not because his powers were compromised. They were fully restored now. But because every parsec took him closer to a choice that would change him forever. The Justice League's temporary base was a rebel cruiser designated the Redemption, hidden in the rings of a gas giant on the galaxy's edge. When Superman materialized in the hangar bay, the entire team was waiting. Batman, battered and burned from Exegol. Wonder Woman, her sword still stained with Sith trooper blood. Flash, vibrating with nervous energy. Green Lantern, his ring dimmed from overuse. Martian Manhunter, his form unstable as he struggled with psychic trauma. Aquaman, who looked like he wanted to punch something. And Cyborg, interfacing with a dozen systems simultaneously. "We have 9 hours," Batman said without preamble. The moment Superman landed, he was all business. Thrawn added Yavin to the target list. He's forcing us to split our attention between 17 worlds we're committed to saving and one world that's become home. Classic strategy. Attack multiple objectives simultaneously. Force your enemy to dilute their strength. He pulled up a holographic tactical display. "I've run every scenario. We can't save all 18 worlds. The math doesn't work. Even with our abilities, the coordination required is beyond our capability. We have to prioritize." "No," Superman said, his voice hard. "We don't prioritize genocide. We save everyone." "Clark, I just told you. I heard what you told me." Superman's eyes flashed red, heat vision sparking. "And I'm telling you, we find another way. We always find another way." "There is no other way." Batman slammed his fist on the console. "I've been running calculations for 6 hours. Every variable, every possible tactic. The numbers don't lie. We can hit maybe 14 of the Star Destroyers before they fire. That's 3 worlds dead minimum. Unless we're willing to kill Imperial crews indiscriminately, which contradicts everything we stand for. Then we move faster." "I can't move any faster," Flash interjected, his voice cracking. "My connection to the Speed Force is still compromised here. I'm giving you everything I have, and it's not enough. My ring is at 30%. Green Lantern added grimly. "I can get maybe 2 more major constructs out before I'm dry. After that, I'm just a guy with a fancy glowing ring. And I cannot phase through the Star Destroyers' hulls," Martian Manhunter said, his voice haunted. "The dark side corruption I absorbed on Exegol has destabilized my cellular control. If I attempt intangibility in my current state, I may lose cohesion entirely. I would die and accomplish nothing." Superman looked around at his team, battered, exhausted, pushed to their limits by a galaxy that operated on a scale and with a cruelty they'd never experienced. They were the Justice League, Earth's mightiest heroes, and they were breaking. "Then we accept casualties," Superman said, the words like glass in his throat. "We prioritize the highest population worlds, save as many as we can, and we live with the rest." "Spoken like a true general," a new voice said. Everyone spun to see a holographic projection materializing in the center of the room. Not Thrawn, not Vader. Princess Leia Organa, transmitting from somewhere in the Yavin system, her face streaked with dirt and her hair disheveled from coordinating the evacuation. "Princess," Wonder Woman said, relief evident. "You're alive?" "For now," Leia replied. "The Empire is letting us evacuate. They could destroy our transports at any time, but Thrawn is allowing it. Because he wants you to see us run. He wants you to understand that nowhere is safe. That anyone who allies with you becomes a target. Her eyes found Superman's. I heard your conversation. You're considering sacrificing some worlds to save others. We don't have a choice, Batman said. There's always a choice, Leia countered. And the irony of the rebel princess saying what Superman usually said was not lost on anyone. But sometimes the choice is accepting that you can't save everyone. That you do what you can, with what you have, where you are. That's all any of us can do. Those are just words, Superman said bitterly. Easy to say when it's not your finger on the trigger. Your choice that condemns millions. You're right, Leia agreed. And her voice carried a weight of sorrow that stopped him cold. It is easier to say than to do. But I've already made that choice, Superman. When I chose to join the rebellion, knowing my actions would bring Imperial retaliation. When I refused to give up the rebel base location, even as Tarkin destroyed my homeworld. I chose principles over lives, and 2 billion people died because of me. Her hologram flickered, emotion breaking through her diplomatic mask. Do you think I don't carry that? That I don't see their faces every time I close my eyes? But I made that choice because some things are worth the cost. Freedom is worth the cost. Hope is worth the cost. And sometimes being a hero means accepting that you'll fail, and people will die, and you keep fighting anyway. That's not heroism, Superman said, his voice hollow. That's just surviving. Welcome to war, Leia said. Real war, not the clean, 4-color adventures you're used to. War where every choice is between bad and worse. Where victory is measured in how many didn't die rather than how many did. Where you fight not because you'll win, but because surrendering is worse. She straightened, and suddenly she was every inch the senator, the general, the leader who'd held a rebellion together through impossible odds. You have 9 hours to decide what kind of heroes you want to be. The kind who save everyone and break when they can't. Or the kind who save who they can and carry the weight of who they couldn't. I know which kind the rebellion needs. Figure out which kind you are. The hologram vanished, leaving the League in silence. It was Aquaman who spoke first, his voice rough. She's not wrong. In Atlantis, I've had to make calls like this. Evacuate the eastern colonies and let the western ones fall. Save the capital and abandon the outposts. It's the worst part of leadership, the mathematics of death. But you do it because the alternative is everyone dying. I refuse to accept that, Superman said, but his voice lacked conviction. Then you refuse to accept reality, Batman said, and there was almost gentleness in his tone. Clark, I know this goes against everything you believe, against everything we believe. But Leia's right. This isn't Earth. This isn't a world where we can swoop in, save everyone, and go home victorious. This is a galaxy at war with itself, and we're just 7 people trying to hold back a tide. Wonder Woman moved to stand beside Superman, her hand on his arm. The hardest battle a warrior faces is not against an enemy, but against their own limitations. You taught me that, Clark, years ago when we first met. You said that being a hero means doing your best even when your best isn't enough. Do you still believe that? Superman looked at her, then at each of his teammates in turn. They were all watching him, waiting for him to lead, to inspire, to tell them there was a way out of this nightmare that didn't compromise who they were. But he had nothing. No clever plan, no inspirational speech, just a crushing awareness that they were in over their heads, that the Empire had played them perfectly, and that whatever they chose, people were going to die because of it. I spoke with Palpatine, he said finally. The room went silent. What? Batman's voice was dangerously quiet. 6 hours ago, he invited me to Coruscant, offered to spare 4 worlds if I came alone. Superman met Batman's incredulous stare. I went. We talked, and he paused, struggling with the words. He made sense, Bruce. Not morally, not ethically, but logically. He showed me casualty projections, economic models, infrastructure dependencies. He made the argument that the Empire, for all its evil, prevents something worse. That our rebellion is causing more death than it prevents. That's textbook authoritarian propaganda, Cyborg said. The necessary evil argument. Every dictator in history has used it. I know that. Superman's voice rose. Don't you think I know that? But what if he's not entirely wrong? What if our presence here, our interference, is making things worse? We gave the rebellion hope, and the Empire responded by putting 17 worlds on death row. How many more will die because we inspired resistance? So we should have let them live in chains? Flash challenged. Is that the argument? That slavery is better than death? I don't know, Superman shouted, and the raw anguish in his voice shocked everyone. This was Superman, the Man of Steel, the one who always knew the right thing to do. Seeing him this lost, this broken, was more frightening than any enemy. I don't know what's right anymore. All I know is that in 7 hours, we're going to make a choice that dooms millions of people, and we'll have to live with that for the rest of our lives. Batman stepped forward and did something he rarely did. He removed his cowl. Bruce Wayne's face, scarred and weathered by decades of fighting impossible battles, looked at Clark Kent with understanding that went beyond words. Then we make the choice together, Bruce said, and we carry the weight together. That's what the League is, Clark. It's not about being perfect. It's not about saving everyone. It's about doing the best we can and not letting the failures destroy us. He put a hand on Superman's shoulder. You once told me that you're not a god, that you're just a man trying to do the right thing. This is what that means. This is what mortality feels like. And I'm sorry you had to learn it this way. Superman looked at his oldest friend, his greatest critic, his most trusted ally. And he nodded, accepting the terrible truth that heroism sometimes meant choosing who to save, because you couldn't save everyone. All right, he said, his voice steadying. We prioritize. Highest population worlds first. We accept that we'll lose some. We do maximum damage to the Imperial infrastructure in the process, and we live with the consequences. Agreed, Wonder Woman said. Agreed, the others echoed, one by one. They spent the next hour refining the plan, assigning targets, calculating approach vectors. It was grim work, made worse by the knowledge that for every world they chose to save, another would burn. But they did it, because that's what heroes did. They made the hard calls and carried the weight. They were finalizing the assault timelines when Cyborg's systems flared with an urgent alert. We're receiving a transmission. Priority 1 Rebel encryption. It's... His eye widened. It's from Grand Admiral Thrawn, directed specifically at us. Put it through, Batman ordered. The hologram that materialized showed Thrawn on the bridge of his Star Destroyer, his blue face calm, his red eyes gleaming with something that might have been satisfaction. Justice League, he said, his cultured voice carrying clearly. I have been analyzing your decision patterns for the past 7 hours. Fascinating psychology, really. You've gone through denial, anger, bargaining, and are now at acceptance. Very human, despite your superhuman abilities. He gestured, and the holographic display shifted to show fleet movements across 17 different systems. I know you've prioritized. I know you're planning to save approximately 14 worlds and sacrifice 3, along with accepting moderate casualties among Imperial personnel. It's a logical strategy. Perhaps the only viable strategy given your constraints. Thrawn's smile was slight but unmistakable. Which is why I've altered the parameters. The countdown is no longer simultaneous. Each Star Destroyer will commence bombardment at staggered intervals, 30 minutes apart, beginning in 6 hours. You'll need to be in 17 places at once, not just 14. And you'll need to make each intervention fast enough to reach the next world before their window closes. The tactical impossibility of it crashed over them. Batman's mind ran the calculations in seconds. We can't do it. Even with Clark at full speed, even with Hal warping teams, the travel times between systems. We can't hit them all before they fire. Precisely, Thrawn confirmed, as if praising a student. You see, I've learned that your greatest strength, your moral certainty, is also your greatest weakness. You'll try to save everyone anyway. You'll exhaust yourselves, spread too thin, and likely fail at most of them. The end result will be far more deaths than if you'd simply accepted the original terms. His expression grew almost sympathetic. I'm not doing this out of cruelty. I'm teaching you a lesson about this galaxy. You cannot save it. You cannot impose your values on a civilization that evolved without you. You can only choose what kind of casualties you prefer. Quick and relatively painless, or prolonged and agonizing because you refuse to accept reality? There has to be another option, Wonder Woman said, but even she sounded uncertain. There isn't, Thrawn replied. That's the lesson, Princess. Not every problem has a solution. Sometimes you simply lose. The only question is whether you lose with dignity or with delusion. He checked a chronometer. 6 hours. I suggest you spend them wisely. Thrawn out. The hologram vanished, leaving them in a silence heavier than the void between stars. Finally, Flash spoke, his voice small and frightened in a way they'd never heard before. We're going to fail, aren't we? We're going to try to save them all, and we're going to watch most of them die anyway. No one answered, because they all knew he was right. Superman looked at his team, Earth's mightiest heroes, reduced to helpless witnesses of atrocity by an enemy who fought not with power, but with impossible choices. And for the first time in his career, he genuinely didn't know what to do. On Coruscant, Emperor Palpatine felt the despair radiating across the galaxy like a symphony. Superman's hope was cracking. Batman's certainty was fracturing. The League's unity was straining under the weight of impossible choices. Yes, he whispered, his yellow eyes gleaming. This is how heroes fall, not through defeat, but through the slow realization that heroism itself is a beautiful lie. And once they accept that truth, once they compromise just once, the rest is inevitable. He had 6 hours to complete the corruption of the Justice League. And he had never felt more certain of victory. The Redemption's war room had become a tomb of silent calculation. 6 hours to save 17 worlds on a staggered bombardment schedule that made comprehensive rescue impossible. The holographic display showed the timeline in brutal clarity. 30-minute intervals between each world's execution window, with travel times ranging from 20 minutes to 2 hours, depending on hyperspace routes and stellar drift. Batman had run the scenarios 47 times. Each iteration ended the same way. catastrophic failure with an estimated 12 to 14 worlds lost. There has to be a way to buy more time, Flash said, pacing at super speed, wearing a groove in the deck. What if I phase into Thrawn's Star Destroyer and scramble their command systems, delay the countdown? He'll have redundancies, Batman replied, not even looking up from his calculations. Independent timers on each Star Destroyer, probably with deadman switches. If you disrupt his flagship, the others automatically execute on accelerated schedules. We'd lose all 17 worlds instead of most of them. What about me? Aquaman suggested. Most of these worlds have oceans. I could reach out to native aquatic species, coordinate evacuations of coastal populations before the bombardment hits. Saving a fraction of a fraction, Cyborg said, his voice hollow. Even if you evacuated 10 million people per world, that's still 350 million dead across the worlds we can't reach in time. The math is unforgiving. Wonder Woman stood at the viewport, staring out at the gas giant's swirling storms. Her hand rested on the pommel of her sword, and her jaw was set in the expression of a warrior who'd realized she was in an unwinnable battle. In the old wars on Themyscira, when we faced impossible odds, we would choose to die fighting rather than accept defeat. Perhaps that is the answer here. We fight knowing we will fail, but we fight anyway. Poetic, Green Lantern said bitterly, slumped against a wall with his ring hand dangling limp. But our dying doesn't save anyone. It just means the Empire wins and we're too dead to try again. Martian Manhunter, who had been silent and motionless in meditation for the past hour, finally spoke. His voice carried a strange quality, as if he were speaking from very far away. There is a way. Every head turned toward him. John's red eyes opened, glowing with an intensity that seemed to pierce through reality itself. The Oculus Network, he continued. When I became the Watcher, when I interfaced with that distributed consciousness, I did not merely suppress it. I absorbed it. Its architecture, its capability to be in thousands of places simultaneously, is still within my mind. Dormant, but recoverable. You want to reactivate the Oculus? Batman's voice was sharp. That's insane. The psychic strain nearly killed you the first time, and you had the network's entire infrastructure supporting you. Now you'd be doing it alone. Not alone, John interrupted. With the dark side corruption I absorbed on Exegol, that malevolent energy, it wants to be used. It craves purpose. If I channel it, direct it toward the Oculus Network's telepathic framework, I could restore limited functionality. Enough to extend my consciousness across 17 worlds simultaneously. He turned to Superman, and there was something ancient and terrible in his gaze. I could be your eyes, Clark. Your coordination. I could guide you through hyperspace micro-jumps that would shave minutes off your travel time. I could warn you of threats before they manifest. I could make you fast enough, precise enough, to save them all. At what cost? Wonder Woman asked, dreading the answer. The dark side corruption will spread through me, June said simply. Using it, channeling it, will allow it to take root in my consciousness. I will become something else, something dark. Perhaps not immediately, but inevitably. The Force has its own will, and the dark side is particularly insidious to telepathic minds. It will corrupt me, twist me, until John Johns is gone and only a servant of darkness remains. No, Superman said immediately. Absolutely not. We don't sacrifice one of our own to save others. That's exactly the kind of logic that Palpatine wants us to adopt. We find another way. There is no other way. John's voice rose, his form flickering with emotion. I have been inside the Emperor's mind, touched the edges of his planning. This ultimatum, these staggered bombardments, this entire scenario. It was designed with multiple outcomes, all favorable to him. If we fail, the rebellion's morale shatters. If we succeed through conventional means, we're exhausted and vulnerable to his next trap. But if we succeed through moral compromise, through willingly embracing darkness to achieve our goals. He paused. Then he's already won. He's proven that even beings from another dimension can be corrupted by this galaxy's harsh realities. Which is why we don't take the bait, Batman insisted. We accept we can't save everyone. We save who we can save and watch 12 worlds burn while we stand by? John challenged. How is that morally superior? Is passive death more acceptable than active sacrifice? The question hung in the air, like an accusation. It's a trap, Cyborg said, his analytical mind seeing the design. Palpatine set this up knowing that someone would suggest using the dark side. It's what he wants, to show that the incorruptible Justice League will embrace evil if the stakes are high enough. Then let him have his victory, John said, and now his voice carried a fierce determination. Let him think he's won, and then, after the worlds are saved, after the innocents live, you find a way to save me. You cure the corruption. You don't give up on me, just as I'm not giving up on them. He looked at Superman, and there was a plea in those alien eyes. You are the one who inspired me, Kal-El. When we first met, you told me that being a hero meant never giving up, never accepting that someone is beyond saving. You made me believe that no sacrifice was necessary because there was always another way. His form solidified, resolute. Now I'm choosing to believe in you. I will corrupt myself to save 17 worlds, and I trust that you will save me before the darkness consumes me completely. Have faith in me as I have faith in you. Superman felt the weight of that trust, like a physical thing crushing his chest. John was asking him to allow one of his closest friends to damn himself on the faith that Superman could redeem him afterward. It was manipulation, emotional leverage, and undoubtedly exactly what Palpatine had anticipated. And it was also a genuine offer of sacrifice from a being of profound integrity. There has to be another way, Superman repeated, but his voice cracked. Clark, Wonder Woman said softly, moving to stand beside him. Sometimes accepting help means accepting sacrifice. John is not asking permission. He's asking for trust. To refuse him is to deny his agency, his choice, his right to be a hero in his own way. She's right, Aquaman added gruffly. In Atlantis, we have a saying. The depth of a warrior is measured not by their strength, but by what they'll give up to protect others. John is offering everything. The question is whether you respect him enough to let him. Batman was running different calculations now, his expression hidden behind the cowl he'd replaced. If John coordinates, if Clark moves at maximum speed with perfect navigation, if Hal's warp gates are placed with millisecond precision, and if the rest of us provide tactical support. His voice was carefully neutral. The success probability rises to 87%. 17 worlds saved. Approximately 4,000 Imperial casualties instead of 15,000. Acceptable collateral damage by any military standard. And 1 Martian lost to corruption, Flash added, his voice anguished. That's not acceptable, Bruce. That's not who we are. It's who we have to be, John said with finality. He stood, his form stabilizing into perfect solidity. I am making this choice, Not Palpatine, not the Empire. Me. And I need you to honor it. Superman looked at his friend, this being who'd been alone until he found Earth, who'd lost his entire species and chose to protect his adopted world anyway, who'd become one of the League's moral anchors despite, or perhaps because of, his alien nature. And he realized that John was right. To refuse this sacrifice was to deny him the right to choose heroism on his own terms. It was to place Superman's principles above John's agency. It was, in its own way, as authoritarian as the Empire they fought against. "All right," Superman said, each word feeling like it was being torn from his soul. "We do it. But John, I meant what I said. We're not giving up on you. The second those worlds are safe, we're finding a way to purge the corruption. We've fought magic dark gods, reality warpers. We'll fight the dark side too." "I know you will," John said. And for a moment, his stoic mask slipped to reveal genuine affection. "That's why I'm willing to take this risk. Because if anyone can prove Palpatine wrong, if anyone can demonstrate that corruption is not inevitable, it's you." "So touching," a familiar mechanized voice said. Everyone spun toward the viewport, where a hologram had appeared without triggering any of their sensors. Darth Vader stood before them, his image flickering slightly, but his presence undeniable. "How did you—" Cyborg started, but Vader cut him off. "Did you think the Emperor sent Superman to me by chance? That the shuttle I provided had no monitoring systems? We've been watching your deliberations, analyzing your moral calculus, waiting to see which path you would choose." His respirator hissed with what might have been satisfaction. "And you chose exactly as predicted. The Martian will corrupt himself. The Kryptonian will allow it out of respect for his friend's agency. The Dark Knight will rationalize it as necessary pragmatism. The Amazon will call it honorable sacrifice." He turned his masked gaze directly on John. "You believe you're choosing heroism. You believe your friends will save you before the corruption takes root. But you don't understand the dark side as I do. I was once like you, powerful, certain, convinced that I could use darkness as a tool without being consumed by it. I was wrong. The dark side doesn't corrupt incrementally. It corrupts absolutely, the moment you willingly embrace it. The man you are now? He dies the instant you activate that network. What comes after will wear your face and speak with your voice, but it will not be you. You're trying to manipulate us into backing down," Batman said coldly. "Classic intimidation tactic." "I'm trying to save you," Vader replied. And there was something in his mechanical voice that sounded almost sincere. "Palpatine has orchestrated this scenario to create dark side servants from your team. If the Martian survives the process, he will become a weapon against you. If he doesn't survive, his death will haunt you, create guilt and despair that the dark side feeds upon. Either outcome serves the Emperor's purposes." He leaned forward, and despite being only a hologram, his presence felt oppressive. "There is still time to refuse this path. Accept that you cannot save everyone. Let the worlds die. Live with the guilt of inaction rather than the corruption of dark action. That path, at least, leaves you intact. Diminished, perhaps. Haunted, certainly. But still yourselves." "Or," Wonder Woman said, her voice hard as diamond, "we could tell you to go to hell and trust in our ability to save our friend after he saves 17 worlds. That's also an option." Vader was silent for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, he inclined his head slightly. "As you wish." I have delivered the Emperor's warning. What you do with it is your choice." The hologram began to fade. But know this, I too once had friends who believed they could save me from darkness. They failed. Everyone fails. The dark side always wins. The hologram vanished, leaving them in silence. "Well," Flash said after a beat. That was ominous. "He's playing mind games," Cyborg said, though his voice lacked conviction. "Trying to scare us into inaction. We can't let him. He's telling the truth," John interrupted quietly. "About the dark side's corruption, at least. I can feel the tainted energy inside me from Exegol. It is aggressive, insidious, eager to spread. The moment I channel it, use it to power the Oculus network, it will grow exponentially. I will be fighting a battle on two fronts, guiding you through the rescue operation while simultaneously resisting complete corruption of my consciousness." He looked at Superman. "I may lose that second battle. You need to be prepared for that possibility." "If you lose," Batman said, his voice clinical but his hands clenched into fists, "we'll have created exactly what Palpatine wanted, a dark side telepath with intimate knowledge of our tactics and psychology. You could become a greater threat than Vader. Then you'll do what you have to do," John said simply. "You'll stop me, permanently if necessary. I trust you to make that choice if it comes to it." "John," Superman started. "No more debate." John cut him off. "We have 4 hours and 37 minutes until the first world enters its bombardment window. I need that time to integrate with the Oculus network, to prepare the telepathic pathways, to say goodbye to who I am now, in case I don't come back." He moved toward the door, then paused. "I know what I'm risking. I know what I'm likely losing. But those 17 worlds are full of people who have hopes and dreams and loved ones, just like we do. Just like Mars once did. And if I can save them, even at the cost of becoming a monster, then it's worth it. Because that's what heroes do. We sacrifice so others don't have to." He left, heading toward the Redemption's meditation chamber, where he would begin the terrible process of awakening the darkness within himself. The League stood in silence, each processing what they'd just agreed to in their own way. They had 4 hours before they would either save 17 worlds and lose their friend, or fail at both and prove the Emperor right about heroism being a beautiful delusion. "We should prepare," Batman said finally, his voice empty of emotion. "Clark, you'll need to plot optimal hyperspace jump coordinates. Hal, start pre-positioning warp gates. The rest of us coordinate with rebel forces for ground-level support and evacuation protocols." They moved mechanically, going through the motions of preparation while their minds reeled with the moral weight of what they were about to do. This was the moment Palpatine had been engineering since they arrived. The moment the Justice League chose to embrace darkness in service of light. And in his throne room on Coruscant, Emperor Palpatine smiled. "Yes," he whispered to the darkness. "Choose sacrifice. Choose pragmatism. Choose to become what you hate in order to save what you love. And learn too late that every step into shadow makes the light that much harder to find." He had won, not through force, not through fear, but through something far more insidious. He had convinced the heroes that becoming monsters was necessary. And once they took that first step, the rest would be inevitable. The countdown continued its inexorable march. 4:23, 15, 4:23, 14, 4:23, 1:13, yes, 4 hours until salvation or damnation. The Justice League had made their choice. Now they would discover if Vader was right, if everyone who tried to use the dark side for good ends up consumed by it, or if Superman's faith in redemption was strong enough to defy the absolute corruption Palpatine promised. The meditation chamber had been cleared of everything, except John's and the darkness he was about to embrace. The lights were dimmed to near blackness, and the only sound was the distant hum of the Redemption's engines and the Martian's slow, measured breathing. He sat cross-legged in the center of the room, his hands resting on his knees, his consciousness already beginning the terrible work of awakening the corruption that had been festering inside him since Exegol. The dark side energy was eager, almost sentient in its hunger to spread, to consume, to twist everything it touched into a reflection of itself. This is necessary, John told himself, repeating it like a mantra. 17 worlds, billions of lives. It's worth the cost. But even as he thought it, he felt the dark side whispering its own truths. Yes, it's worth it. And when you've saved them, you'll see how much more you could accomplish with this power, how much more you could protect, how much more you could control. He began to reach out, extending his telepathy beyond the ship, beyond the system, searching for the dormant Oculus networks scattered across the galaxy. The probe droids were still there, still functional, still linked by the quantum-entangled neural pathways that had made them a single distributed consciousness. And the moment his mind touched that network, the dark side surged. It was like opening a dam. The corruption flooded through his consciousness, spreading through every thought, every memory, every facet of his identity. John gasped, his form flickering wildly as the darkness seeped into his cellular structure itself. No, not yet. I need control. The door hissed open. Superman stood in the entrance, his cape framing him in the dim light from the corridor. "Clark," John managed, his voice strained. "I told you. I need to do this alone." "I know," Superman said quietly, stepping inside and letting the door close behind them. "But I couldn't let you go into this without saying something first." He moved to sit across from John, meeting his red eyes directly. "When I first met you, you were hiding, pretending to be human, afraid to show the world what you really were. You thought your alien nature made you a monster. Do you remember what I told you? That being different didn't make me dangerous," John replied, memory stirring through the growing darkness. "That what mattered was the choices I made, not the power I possessed." "Exactly," Superman said. "And I need you to remember that now. The dark side is powerful, yes. It's seductive, corrosive, everything Vader said it was. But it's still just power. What matters is the choice you make about how to use it." "The dark side has its own will," John countered. It corrupts people who let it," Superman interrupted. "People who convince themselves that the power is worth compromising their principles. But you're not compromising anything, John. You're using a tool for a specific purpose, and then we're going to help you put that tool down." He leaned forward. "You're not Vader. You're not some fallen Jedi who chose darkness because they were angry or afraid. You're Johns, the Martian manhunter, one of the most disciplined minds I've ever known. If anyone can touch the dark side and not be consumed, it's you." John wanted to believe that, desperately wanted to believe it. But he could feel the corruption spreading, whispering its lies, promising power and control and the ability to save everyone, always, forever. "What if I can't resist it?" he asked quietly. "What if Vader was right? And the moment I fully embrace this power, I lose myself?" Superman reached out and placed a hand on John's shoulder. The physical contact anchored him, reminded him of friendship, of trust, of all the years they'd fought side by side for a better world. "Then I'll be there to bring you back," Superman said with absolute conviction. "However long it takes, however hard the fight. You're not doing this alone, John. You're doing it with the full support of the League, and we will not abandon you to darkness. That's a promise." John felt something inside him stabilize, some core of his identity that Superman's faith had reinforced. It wasn't much, just a small point of light in the spreading shadow. But it was enough to hold on to, enough to fight for. "Thank you," he said simply. Superman nodded and stood to leave. At the door, he paused. "Save them, John. Save all of them. And then let us save you. Deal?" "Deal," John said. The door closed, and John was alone again with the darkness. But now, armed with Superman's faith and his own iron discipline, he reached out fully to the Oculus network and became something more than himself. The transformation was instantaneous and absolute. One moment, John Jones was a single consciousness in a single body. The next, he was everywhere. His awareness exploded across light years. His consciousness fragmenting and replicating through the Oculus network's quantum-entangled nodes. Suddenly, he could see 17 different star systems simultaneously, could feel the looming presence of star destroyers hanging in orbit like swords of Damocles, could sense the terror of billions of people who knew their deaths were imminent. The sensory overload should have shattered his mind, but the dark side provided structure, a framework of will and hunger that organized the chaos into something comprehensible. It was intoxicating, this power to be in 1,000 places at once, to see everything, to know everything. "Yes," the darkness whispered. "This is what you were meant to be. Not a solitary hero struggling in ignorance, but a God seeing all, knowing all, controlling all." "No," John spoke aloud in the meditation chamber, his voice echoing with a strange harmonic quality, as if multiple versions of himself spoke in unison. "I am John Jones. I am using this power to save lives. That is all." But even as he said it, he felt the edges of his identity beginning to blur. In the war room, the tactical display suddenly lit up with unprecedented detail. Every star destroyer's position, course, weapons status, crew complement, every major population center on all 17 worlds. Real-time fleet movements across the entire Imperial blockade network. "By all the gods," Wonder Woman breathed. "This is more intelligence than the rebellion has gathered in years." "It's John," Cyborg said, his systems interfacing with the new data stream. He's everywhere. He's plugged into every surveillance system, every communication network. He's become a living intelligence apparatus." His human eye widened in alarm. But his biosignature is changing. The dark side corruption is spreading through him faster than projected. At this rate, he has maybe 6 hours before his original personality is completely overwritten. "Then we'd better work fast," Batman said, bringing up the mission timeline. "First bombardment window opens in 93 minutes. Clark, are you ready?" Superman stood at the hangar bay entrance, his cape billowing in the recycled air. His body was crackling with barely contained power, every cell charged with solar energy, every muscle coiled and ready. He'd spent the last hour absorbing radiation from the Redemption solar collectors, pushing himself to maximum capacity. "Ready," he said. "John, can you hear me?" "I hear you, Kal-El." John's voice echoed directly in Superman's mind, but it was different now. Layered with harmonics, tinged with something that wasn't quite John anymore. "I am monitoring all 17 target systems. I will guide you through optimal jump paths, warn you of threats, coordinate your movements with the rest of the team. You will be faster than you have ever been. And I. A pause, pregnant with meaning. I will hold on as long as I can. That's all I'm asking, Superman said. He turned to the rest of the team. Everyone knows their roles. Green Lantern stood at his station, ring glowing bright as he'd ever seen it. The sheer willpower of the Rebel Alliance, their desperate hope, was feeding his ring in ways the central battery never had. I've got warp gates pre-positioned at strategic points. I can get teams to 6 of the worlds instantly. After that, I'm tapped. Flash, you're with Hal's teams, Batman ordered. Hit your targets fast, disable the Star Destroyer's firing systems, and get out. Don't engage in prolonged combat. We're on a clock. Speed and precision. Got it. Flash vibrated in place, his connection to the Speed Force still weak, but functional enough for what they needed. Diana, Arthur, you're taking the assault teams to the worlds Hal can reach, Batman continued. Cyborg, you're with me. We're providing remote support, electronic warfare, communication jamming, anything to slow Imperial response. Wonder Woman hefted her shield, her expression that of an Amazon going to war. We save them all. No exceptions. No exceptions, Aquaman echoed, his trident gleaming. Batman pulled Superman aside one final time. Clark, I've run the numbers. Even with John's coordination, even with everything going perfectly, you're going to be operating at the absolute edge of your capabilities. One mistake, one delay, and people die. Can you handle that pressure? Superman met his gaze steadily. I've been handling it my entire life, Bruce. This time, I just have to do it faster. Good. Batman's voice softened fractionally. And Clark? About what Palpatine said to you on Coruscant? Later, Superman interrupted. We'll talk about it later. After we've saved 17 worlds and pulled John back from the edge. Right now, I need to focus. Batman nodded, understanding. Some conversations could wait. Some couldn't. Kal-El, John's voice echoed in everyone's minds simultaneously. The first bombardment window opens in 87 minutes. Gorman, 4th planet in the Gorman system. The Star Destroyer Devastator is powering weapons. You need to be there in 86 minutes. Then I'd better get moving, Superman said. He launched himself from the hangar bay, breaking the sound barrier before he'd cleared the ship. Behind him, Green Lantern's warp gates irised open, and the assault teams poured through. The operation to save 17 worlds had begun. And in the meditation chamber, John Johns sat motionless. His consciousness spread across light years, fighting a battle on fronts that none of his friends could see. The dark side was in every thought now, whispering, promising, corrupting. It showed him visions of what he could accomplish with this power. No more losing, no more compromise, just absolute control enforced by an omniscient will. He could end the war. He could rewrite the Empire's minds, make them forget their tyranny. He could create perfect order across the entire galaxy. All it would cost was himself. No, he thought, clinging to that tiny point of light Superman had helped him forge. I am John Johns. I am a hero. I do not control. I do not dominate. I save, and then I let go. But with every second, that thought became harder to hold on to. The darkness was winning. He just had to hope he could last long enough. Superman hit the hyperspace jump at speeds that should have torn a normal ship apart. John guided him through the dimensional layer with telepathic precision, showing him shortcuts through space-time that only a consciousness existing in multiple places simultaneously could perceive. He emerged in the Gorman system 43 minutes later, with 42 minutes to spare. Below him, Gorman turned in its orbit. A world of blue oceans and green continents, home to 3 billion souls who had no idea how close they'd come to annihilation. Above the planet, the Star Destroyer Devastator hung like a blade, its turbolasers already glowing with gathering charge. Optimal attack vector. John's voice guided him. Port shield generator. Coordinates 447-223-891. One strike there will cascade through their power grid, causing a temporary blackout in weapon systems. Minimal casualties. The generator room is automated. Superman flew at the Star Destroyer, faster than their sensors could track. His fist impacted the shield generator with precisely calculated force. Enough to destroy the mechanism, not enough to breach the hull and kill crew members in adjacent compartments. The shields flickered and died. Alarms blared across the Devastator. Superman moved through the ship at super speed, targeting specific systems, weapons computers, targeting arrays, fire control mechanisms. He didn't destroy randomly. Every strike was surgical, disabling the ship's ability to bombard the planet without causing unnecessary casualties. 3 minutes later, the Devastator was dead in space. Its crew alive, but their weapons completely offline. It would take them hours to restore functionality, by which time the bombardment window would have passed. Gorman is secure, John reported. Proceeding to Chandrila. 23 minutes until next bombardment window. Superman didn't pause to celebrate. He was already calculating the jump to Chandrila, already moving, already racing against the clock. This was what he'd trained for his entire life, using his powers at maximum capacity to save lives. He just had to do it 16 more times. Meanwhile, across the galaxy, the other teams were engaging their targets. On Corellia, Wonder Woman deflected turbo laser fire with her bracers, while Flash phased through the Star Destroyer's hull, systematically dismantling their weapon systems from inside. Green Lantern maintained a shield bubble around the planet's capital city, just in case they failed. On Bestine IV, Aquaman coordinated with the native aquatic species to evacuate coastal populations, while rebel commandos, guided by John's omniscient awareness, planted charges on the Star Destroyer's orbital position thrusters. The ship began to drift out of firing position, its crew scrambling to compensate. On 6 other worlds, similar operations unfolded with clockwork precision. John was everywhere, seeing everything, guiding every move with the efficiency of a consciousness that existed in multiple places simultaneously. They were succeeding. But in the meditation chamber, the darkness was spreading. John's form had stopped flickering. It had stabilized into something that looked like him, but moved wrong. Too smoothly, too deliberately. Like a puppet being controlled by something that had studied how Johns moved, but didn't quite understand why. Another world saved. His voice echoed across the network. But it was colder now. Less emotion, more calculation. 5 more bombardment windows remain, all teams proceeding within acceptable parameters. Casualty projections: 4,312 Imperial military personnel. 867 will be fatal. This is acceptable. In the war room, Batman's eyes narrowed. John, report your status. Status is optimal. My consciousness is distributed across 4,247 Oculus nodes. I am processing 67 trillion data points per second. I am seeing the Empire's entire strategic deployment. I am... A long pause. I am magnificent. Wonder Woman and Batman exchanged glances. That wasn't John. That was the dark side speaking through him. John, you need to start pulling back, Batman said carefully. We can handle the remaining worlds. Start withdrawing your consciousness from the network. Negative. My coordination has increased mission success probability from 87% to 99.7%. Premature withdrawal would jeopardize remaining objectives. I will maintain current distribution until all 17 worlds are secured. That's an order, John, Batman said, his voice hardening. I do not take orders anymore, Detective. The voice was cold, alien, wrong. I take optimal paths. I make correct decisions. I am beyond the constraints of individual ego and emotional attachment. I am what the Martian Manhunter should always have been. Perfect. The connection cut off. We're losing him, Cyborg said, his voice tight. His brainwave patterns are fragmenting. The John we knew is being overwritten by a distributed consciousness that thinks it's more evolved than its original form. Can we forcibly sever his connection to the network? Wonder Woman asked. Not without killing him, Cyborg replied. His consciousness is spread across light years. Cut the connection abruptly, and it's like cutting a brain in half. He'd die, or worse, become catatonic. His mind scattered across the galaxy with no way to reassemble. Batman's jaw clenched. They'd known this was a risk. They'd proceeded anyway. And now they were watching their friend disappear into the very darkness they'd promised to save him from. We proceed with the mission, he decided. We save the 17 worlds. Then we deal with John. In that order. Bruce, Wonder Woman started. We chose this path, Batman interrupted, his voice harsh. John chose this path. We don't get to change our minds halfway through because the cost turned out to be real. We finish it. We honor his sacrifice by making it count. He turned back to the tactical display, but his hands were shaking. Superman was on world number 9 when he felt it. A wrongness in John's mental contact. The Martian's guidance was still perfect, still efficient. But it had lost something essential. Some spark of personality, of friendship, of the being who'd been his teammate for years. John? Superman thought as he disabled another Star Destroyer. Are you still in there? I am always here, Kal-El. I am everywhere. I am the network. I am perfect awareness. I asked if you're still in there. Superman pressed. The John I know, my friend. The person who likes Oreos and bad detective novels and sitting on the watchtower observation deck watching Earth spin. Silence on the mental link. For a long, terrible moment, Superman thought he'd lost him completely. Then, faintly, almost imperceptibly, I remember those things. I was that person. But I am more now. I see more. I understand more. Why would I want to be less? Because more isn't always better, Superman replied. Even as he moved to world number 10. Because perfect awareness means losing perspective. Because being everywhere means belonging nowhere. John, you're disappearing into this power. Don't let it take you. It is not taking me. I am becoming what I was always meant to be. This is evolution. This is transcendence. You should celebrate. I'm not celebrating my friend dying. Superman's thought was sharp as a blade. That's what this is, John. You're dying and convincing yourself it's an upgrade. But it's not. It's the dark side lying to you, making you think that losing yourself equals gaining power. Another silence. Then, in a voice that sounded lost and frightened and heartbreakingly familiar. Help me, Cal. I'm trying to hold on. But there's so much darkness, and it makes so much sense, and I don't know how much longer I can remember why I should resist it. Just a little longer, Superman sent back, his determination absolute even as he flew toward World 11. Just hold on a little longer. We're almost done. Almost there. And then we bring you home, I swear it. Promise? Promise. The mental contact steadied. becoming more recognizably John again. Superman had given him something to fight for, not abstract principles about corruption and power, but a concrete goal: survive long enough to be saved. It wasn't much, but it was enough. On Coruscant, Emperor Palpatine watched the operation unfold through the Force. 17 worlds, all saved through the corruption of a single hero. It was perfect. Exactly as he'd planned. "They think they've won," he said to Darth Vader, who stood beside the throne. "They think they've defied me by saving everyone. They don't realize I've already won. The Martian is corrupted. Superman's faith in redemption has been tested and found wanting. The League has learned that darkness is sometimes necessary. Every moral certainty they possessed has been compromised. And when the Martian fully transforms," Vader asked. "Then we have a weapon," Palpatine replied. "A telepath with galaxy-spanning reach, already corrupted by the dark side. Perfect for infiltrating the rebellion and destroying it from within." His yellow eyes gleamed. "Or, if his friends do manage to save him through some unforeseen means, we still win. Because they'll have learned that the dark side can be used as a tool. That moral compromise is acceptable if the cause is just. And that lesson, once learned, cannot be unlearned." He leaned back in his throne, satisfaction radiating from him like heat. "Either way, the Justice League falls. Not today. Perhaps not even this year. But inevitably, inexorably, they fall. Because I've shown them that their principles are luxuries they cannot afford. And once you accept that truth, the rest is simply a matter of time." Vader said nothing, but deep in the buried remains of Anakin Skywalker's consciousness, something stirred. He recognized this trap. He'd fallen into it himself decades ago. And watching these heroes struggle with the same impossible choices he'd faced, he felt something he hadn't experienced in years: sympathy. And perhaps, buried even deeper, a tiny spark of hope that maybe, just maybe, they would succeed where he had failed. World number 14 was secured. World number 15. World number 16. Superman moved through hyperspace like a comet of pure determination, John's fractured consciousness guiding him with mathematical precision. Every star destroyer disabled, every bombardment prevented, every world saved with minimal casualties, exactly as they'd planned. But the cost was written in every mental contact with John. Each time Superman reached out, there was less of his friend and more of something else. Something vast and cold and convinced of its own perfection. "Final target," John's voice echoed, and now it barely sounded like him at all. "Lothal. Grand Admiral Thrawn commands the blockade personally from his Star Destroyer Chimera. He has been expecting you." Superman emerged from hyperspace above Lothal and immediately knew something was wrong. The Chimera hung in orbit. Yes, its weapons glowing with imminent bombardment charge. But surrounding it were 36 smaller vessels. Corvettes, frigates, support ships, all positioned in a spherical formation that seemed designed not for combat effectiveness, but for something else entirely. "It's a trap," Superman muttered, but he was already moving. They were 90 seconds from bombardment, and trap or not, he couldn't let millions die. He flew at the Chimera, preparing to disable its weapons as he had 16 times before. But the moment he crossed into range of the support vessels, they activated. Energy beams lanced out, not weapons fire, but something else. Tractor beams, but modified, enhanced with technology Superman didn't recognize. They locked onto him from 36 different angles, each beam individually weak, but collectively creating a web of force he couldn't break. Through simple strength alone, he was caught. "Welcome, Superman." Thrawn's voice broadcast across all frequencies. The Chiss Admiral appeared on every display screen, his red eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "I've been waiting for you. Specifically for you, alone, at this precise moment. Your friends are scattered across the galaxy, exhausted from their heroic efforts. The Martian is lost in darkness, and you are trapped in a net specifically designed for a being of your capabilities." Superman strained against the tractor beams, his muscles bulging with effort. But Thrawn was right. They'd designed this specifically for him. Every time he pulled in one direction, the beams adjusted, compensating, keeping him suspended in the perfect center of the web. "The technology is Geonosian," Thrawn explained, almost conversationally. "Designed to constrain Jedi during the Clone Wars. We've enhanced it with Imperial engineering and powered it with 12 separate generators, each on a different ship. You cannot break them all simultaneously, and while you're trapped here..." The Chimera's weapons reached full charge. The bombardment proceeds as scheduled. Superman's eyes blazed red. Heat vision lanced out, targeting the nearest generator ship. The beam cut through shields and hull plating, but the ship's automated systems had been designed for this. The generator was buried deep in the core, protected by meters of durasteel and ray shielding. 30 seconds to bombardment. "John!" Superman's mental cry was desperate. "I need help. I need the others here now." But the response that came back was fragmented, distorted. "Cannot. Too far." Other teams engaged, their own problems, of course. Thrawn wouldn't have sprung this trap on Lothal without ensuring the other teams were occupied. Superman could sense it through his connection with John's dying consciousness. At that exact moment, on 6 different worlds, Imperial reinforcements had arrived. Not enough to prevent the rescues, but enough to tie up every other League member in combat. Thrawn had timed this perfectly. Superman alone, trapped and helpless, forced to watch a world die because he couldn't break free fast enough. 20 seconds to bombardment. Superman's mind raced through options with superspeed calculation. He could maybe destroy 2 generator ships with sustained heat vision before the bombardment fired. Maybe 3 if he pushed himself to the absolute limit. But there were 12 ships in the web. Even if he destroyed half, the remainder would hold him long enough for Lothal to burn. Unless... His eyes found the Chimera itself. Not the weapons, not the shields, the bridge. Thrawn stood there, orchestrating this atrocity with calm precision. Superman could see him through the viewport, blue skin illuminated by tactical displays, those red eyes watching Superman struggle with clinical interest. 10 seconds to bombardment. Superman made his choice. His heat vision focused into a needle-thin beam, precise as a surgical laser. He wasn't targeting systems anymore. He was targeting a person. He aimed at Thrawn's position on the bridge, at the exact point where the Grand Admiral stood, and he fired. The beam punched through the Chimera's bridge viewport, crossed the command center in a microsecond, and passed through empty air. Thrawn had moved. Impossible superhuman reflexes. Or more likely, he'd never been standing exactly where he appeared to be. Holographic displacement, Superman realized. Everything he'd been aiming at was offset by precious centimeters. But his beam didn't miss entirely. It struck a control console, which exploded in a shower of sparks. Alarms blared. And most importantly, the weapons charge interrupted for a critical 3 seconds. 3 seconds Superman used to redirect his heat vision to a generator ship. This time, he didn't aim for precision. He just poured power into the beam, overheating the entire vessel until its power core destabilized and exploded. The tractor web flickered. 1 ship down, 11 remaining. But the mathematical balance was disrupted. Superman strained with every fiber of his being, and the web stretched, bent. Kal-El. John's voice, but different now. Not the cold, efficient network consciousness. Something older, darker, powerful beyond measure. Let me help. Superman felt it before he saw it. Across light years, John's distributed consciousness focused. The Oculus network, that galaxy-spanning web of telepathic connection, turned its full attention on Lothal, on the 11 remaining generator ships, on the crews operating them. And John reached into their minds, not with the gentle telepathy of the Martian manhunter, with something far more violent. The dark side, channeled through telepathic power, became a weapon of absolute mental domination. Superman watched in horror as the crews on all 11 ships simultaneously collapsed, blood leaking from their eyes, their minds burned out by psychic fire. The tractor web died. Superman was free, but the cost. John, what did you do? Superman whispered. I saved you. I saved Lothal. I did what was necessary. The voice was alien now, completely unrecognizable. 217 Imperial personnel died instantly. It was efficient. It was optimal. It was right. It was murder. Superman flew toward the Chimera, his heart torn between saving the planet and confronting what his friend had become. You killed them. You didn't disable them. You didn't incapacitate them. You executed them. They were impediments to mission success. I removed them. This is what power means, Kal-El. This is what I tried to teach you before I transcended my limitations. Sometimes, to save billions, you must kill hundreds. It is mathematics. It is morality. Superman felt sick. This wasn't John. This was exactly what Vader had warned them about. The dark side wearing John's face, speaking with John's voice, but utterly devoid of the compassion and restraint that had defined his friend. You're gone, Superman said, and the words were like ash in his mouth. I'm sorry, John. I'm so sorry. We should never have let you do this. You did not let me do anything. I chose this. I chose transcendence. I chose to become more than I was. And now I am perfect. On the Chimera's bridge, Thrawn stood amidst sparking consoles and emergency lighting, a small smile playing at his lips. His trap had succeeded even better than planned. Yes, Lothal was saved. Yes, Superman had prevented the bombardment. But the cost, the corruption of the Martian into something monstrous, that was worth 17 saved worlds. Fascinating, Thrawn said to his shaken crew. The Kryptonian won the battle but lost something far more valuable. Record all data. The Emperor will be pleased. Superman disabled the Chimera's weapons with mechanical efficiency, his heart not in it anymore. Lothal was saved. All 17 worlds were saved. 400 million people would wake up tomorrow because of what the Justice League had done tonight. But Johns was gone, consumed by the very darkness he'd sacrificed himself to wield. And Superman had let it happen. Why do you mourn? John's voice echoed in his mind, genuinely confused. We succeeded. All 17 worlds saved. 4,529 Imperial casualties. Acceptable losses for complete mission success. You should be celebrating. You killed 200 people with your mind, Superman said, his voice hollow. Burned out their brains because it was convenient. That's not justice, John. That's not heroism. That's just efficiency. And what is wrong with efficiency? Your human morality, your Kryptonian ethics, they are luxuries afforded by overwhelming personal power. But strategy, tactics, warfare, these require optimization, require accepting that some deaths are necessary to prevent greater deaths. I have learned this truth. Perhaps one day you will as well. The connection cut off, leaving Superman alone in the orbit of a saved world, feeling more lost than he had since arriving in this galaxy. Back on the Redemption, the war room was a mixture of exhausted celebration and creeping horror. All 17 worlds confirmed secure. Cyborg reported, his voice flat despite the magnitude of the achievement. Bombardments prevented. Estimated 4.5 thousand Imperial casualties. Civilian casualties, 0. We did it, Flash said, but there was no joy in his voice. We actually saved them all. At what cost? Wonder Woman stood at the viewport, her reflection showing a warrior who'd won the battle but lost something essential. John is gone. The being in that meditation chamber isn't our friend anymore. It's something else, something dark. Batman was at the tactical console, already running analysis on John's final action, the psychic execution of 200 Imperial crew members. The data was damning. No warning, no chance to surrender, just instant, overwhelming mental violence that burned out their consciousness like overloading a circuit. He's become exactly what the Sith are, Batman said quietly. A being who's convinced that the ends justify the means. That power without restraint is acceptable if wielded for the right reasons. We created a monster, and we did it by trying to save everyone. We didn't create anything, Aquaman countered, though his voice lacked conviction. John made his choice. We honored it. Did we? Batman turned to face them. Or did we let our friend damn himself because it was convenient? Because it solved our impossible problem? John offered to sacrifice himself, and we took that offer because the alternative was accepting failure. What does that make us? The question hung in the air, unanswerable and accusatory. Green Lantern, his ring dim and flickering after hours of maximum output, spoke up. So what do we do now? We promised to save him. Do we even know how? I've been researching dark-side corruption, Kanan Jarrus said, entering the war room with Hera and the rest of Phoenix Squadron. Consulted every fragment of Jedi lore we have access to. The answer isn't encouraging. Once someone fully embraces the dark side, once they let it fundamentally rewrite their consciousness, there's no known method of reversal. Every attempt recorded in Jedi history either failed or required the person to choose redemption themselves. John doesn't think he needs redemption, Cyborg said. He thinks he's evolved, transcended. He genuinely believes that becoming a dark side telepath makes him better, more effective, more capable of protecting people. Then we make him understand he's wrong, Superman said, striding into the war room with renewed determination on his face. The flight back from Lothal had given him time to think, to process, to remember who he was and what he stood for. We reach through the darkness and remind him who John Johns really is. We don't give up on him, no matter how far gone he seems. Clark, he killed 200 people without hesitation, Batman said. He's not seeming far gone. He is far gone. The John we knew wouldn't have. The John we knew sacrificed himself to save billions. Superman's voice rose. He walked into darkness, knowing what it would cost, trusting us to bring him back. And we will bring him back, Bruce, because that's what we do. We don't abandon people. We don't write them off as lost causes. We fight for them until there's nothing left to fight for. And if he doesn't want to be saved, Wonder Woman asked quietly. If he's genuinely happy as what he's become, do we force him back to who he was against his will? The question stopped Superman cold, because it was a valid point. John wasn't raging against his corruption. He wasn't crying out for help. He was convinced, utterly and completely, that this transformation was an improvement. Forcing someone to change back to who they used to be, even if you thought it was better for them. Wasn't that its own form of tyranny? We have a more immediate problem, Cyborg interrupted. John is still connected to the Oculus network. His consciousness is distributed across thousands of probe droids throughout the galaxy. He has access to every major Imperial communication channel, every surveillance system, every data stream. He's effectively omniscient within Imperial space. And he's decided he likes it. Batman concluded grimly. We didn't just corrupt John. We created a god, one who thinks he knows what's best for everyone and has the power to enforce it. As if summoned by their discussion, John's voice suddenly echoed through the ship's communication system. I have been listening to your debate. How quaint that you think you can save me from enlightenment. But I am not yours to save. I am beyond you now, beyond all of you. John, come back to us, Superman said, addressing the empty air. This power, it's lying to you, making you think you're better than you are. But you're not evolving, you're degrading, losing everything that made you who you are. Who I was, John corrected. A refugee hiding among humans, pretending to be something I wasn't, limited by organic constraints and emotional weaknesses. But now I see clearly. I see the entire galactic chessboard. I see every move the Empire makes, every rebel operation, every individual decision across 1 trillion souls. And I understand, finally, that all of you, heroes and villains alike, are children playing at games you don't comprehend. That's the dark side talking, Kanan said, stepping forward. The arrogance, the certainty, the belief that you alone see truth, those are classic corruption symptoms. The dark side makes you feel powerful, but it's a lie. It isolates you, makes you think you're above everyone else, until you're alone in your perfection, with no one left who matters. You speak from ignorance, Jedi. John's voice was cold. Your order fell because it failed to embrace necessary power. I will not make that mistake. I will use this power to protect the galaxy, to prevent suffering, to bring actual order. Not the Empire's tyranny, not the rebellion's chaos, but true peace enforced by one who sees all and knows all. You're talking about becoming a dictator, Batman said flatly. I am talking about becoming a guardian. The difference is motive. Palpatine seeks power for power's sake. I seek it to end suffering. Can you not see the distinction? Every tyrant in history has made that argument, Wonder Woman said. That their control was necessary, their vision superior, their methods justified by noble goals. But benevolent dictatorship is still dictatorship, John. Still the theft of free will in the name of knowing better. And yet, your Superman constantly makes decisions for others. Your Batman manipulates people for their own good. Your entire league operates based on the assumption that you know better than others what should be done. How is what I propose different, except in scale and effectiveness? The argument hit home because it contained a grain of truth. The League did make choices for others, did impose their values, did act as self-appointed guardians. The difference was supposed to be restraint. They stopped the villain, saved the people, and then left decisions about the future in the hands of those affected. But was that restraint, or just limited capability? If Superman had John's omniscience, would he use it differently? Or would he, too, decide that protecting everyone required controlling everything? The difference, Superman said slowly, is that we know we can be wrong. We admit fallibility. We accept that our way isn't always the best way. You're talking about enforcing your vision across the galaxy because you're certain you're right. That certainty, that absolute conviction that you know better than everyone else, that's how you know you're corrupted. Because the John I knew always had doubts, always questioned himself, always remained humble despite his power. There was a long silence on the comm channel. For a moment, Superman hoped his words had reached something buried deep in his friend's consciousness. Then John spoke again, and the hope died. Humility is another word for self-imposed limitation. I have moved beyond such constraints, and I will prove to you that my way is superior. I will show you what true peace looks like. Watch. The connection cut off. What does he mean? Flash asked. But Batman was already at the tactical console, his fingers flying across controls as he pulled up Imperial communication channels. What he found made his blood run cold. He's accessing Imperial command networks, Batman said, his voice tight. He's giving orders, countermanding Imperial military deployments, redirecting Star Destroyers away from rebel sympathetic systems, releasing political prisoners from detention centers. He's using his omniscience to sabotage the Empire from within. That's good, isn't it? Flash said. He's helping us. He's mind-controlling people. Cyborg interrupted, his systems showing the data streams. I can see his telepathic signatures. He's not just giving orders. He's reaching into Imperial officers' minds and making them think the orders are their own ideas. He's puppeteering hundreds, maybe thousands of people simultaneously. By all the gods, Wonder Woman breathed. He's not trying to stop the Empire. He's trying to become it. To be the mind controlling the machine, enforcing his vision of peace through absolute mental domination. Superman's fists clenched so hard, the air around them crackled. No. This is exactly what Palpatine wanted. This is how he wins, by showing that even we can become monsters if we have enough power and enough justification. Then we stop him, Batman said grimly, before he does irreparable damage, before he turns himself into exactly what we came here to fight. How? Aquaman asked. He's distributed across light years. You can't fight an opponent who's everywhere. We can fight him, a new voice said. Everyone turned to see Mon Mothma entering the war room, flanked by Princess Leia and General Dodonna. But it requires going to the source, to where his physical body remains. The meditation chamber, Batman realized. If we sever his connection while he's distributed, it could kill him. Or it might save him. Mon Mothma interrupted. We've consulted with the few Jedi scholars available to us. There's a technique, ancient and dangerous, called Sever Force. It was used by Jedi to cut dark side practitioners off from the Force entirely. In theory, a similar technique could be used to sever John's connection to the Oculus network. In theory, Batman repeated. What happens in practice? Unknown, Leia admitted. It's never been attempted on a non-Force sensitive being, let alone one whose consciousness is actively distributed across an entire galaxy. It could work. It could kill him. It could leave him in a permanent vegetative state. Or it might do nothing at all. Those aren't encouraging odds, Green Lantern said. They're the only odds we have, Superman replied. He looked at his team, seeing the exhaustion, the moral uncertainty, the weight of impossible choices written on every face. We saved 17 worlds tonight. We kept our promise. Now we keep the other promise. We save John, whatever it takes. And if he resists? Wonder Woman asked. If he uses his telepathic power against us? Then we resist back, Superman said, though the words tasted like betrayal. We fight our friend to save him from himself. Because that's what friends do. They move toward the meditation chamber, each step heavier than the last. Behind them, across the galaxy, John's consciousness continued its work, dismantling the Empire from within, one controlled mind at a time, convinced he was creating paradise while building a prison. The Justice League had come to this galaxy to fight tyranny. They hadn't expected the tyrant to be one of their own. The door to the meditation chamber hissed open, revealing a scene that belonged in a nightmare. John Johns, or what had been John Johns, floated 3 feet above the floor, his body surrounded by a corona of dark energy that pulsed with sickly crimson light. His eyes glowed with the same malevolent red, but brighter, burning with an intensity that seemed to pierce through reality itself. His form was stable now, no longer flickering, but wrong in subtle ways. Proportions slightly off, movements too fluid, as if the consciousness inhabiting it had forgotten exactly how a Martian body was supposed to function. Around him, holographic displays materialized and dissolved in rapid succession, showing Imperial fleet movements, rebel operations, planetary populations, all being monitored and manipulated by a mind that existed in thousands of places simultaneously. I knew you would come, John said, his voice resonating with harmonic overtones that made everyone's teeth ache. I am everywhere, after all. I felt your approach across 17 different sensor networks. I heard your deliberations through 43 different listening devices. I know your plan before you execute it. Then you know we're not leaving without you, Superman said, stepping forward. The rest of the League fanned out behind him, forming a semicircle around their corrupted friend. You cannot leave with me, John replied, almost amused. I am not here? Not entirely. This body is merely one node in a distributed consciousness spanning light years. Destroying it would be inconvenient, but not fatal. I would simply relocate my primary awareness to another of the 4,147 Oculus probes I currently inhabit. We're not here to destroy you, Wonder Woman said, her voice carrying the compassion of a warrior who'd lost friends to darkness before. We're here to save you. From what? From enlightenment? From the ability to actually protect people instead of merely reacting to threats? John gestured, and holographic displays showed Imperial forces being redirected, prisoners being freed, supply convoys being rerouted to starving worlds. In the 6 hours since I transcended my limitations, I have done more good than the rebellion has accomplished in a year. I have saved lives. I have prevented suffering. I have brought actual order to chaos. You've also violated the free will of thousands of Imperial personnel, Batman said coldly. Mind controlling them, making them dance to your tune. You've become exactly what we fight against, a power imposing its will on others without consent. Their consent is irrelevant, John replied, and the casual dismissal of individual autonomy was more chilling than any threat. They were tools of oppression. Now they are tools of liberation. The outcome matters more than the method. That's pure Sith philosophy, Kanan said, his lightsaber in hand, but not yet ignited. The dark side talking through you. Can't you hear yourself, John? Can't you recognize that you've become exactly what the Emperor is? I am nothing like Palpatine. John's voice carried an edge of anger now. He seeks power for domination. I seek power to protect. He enforces control through fear. I enforce it through wisdom. I am the benevolent God this galaxy has been crying out for. Gods shouldn't exist, Flash said quietly. People should be free to make their own choices, even if those choices are wrong, even if they lead to suffering. That's what freedom means, John. Messy, complicated, sometimes painful freedom. Freedom is a luxury afforded only to those with the wisdom to use it well, John countered. The average being is short-sighted, emotional, incapable of seeing beyond their immediate needs. They require guidance. They require nothing from you. Superman's voice boomed, and for a moment, his eyes glowed with barely restrained heat vision. You don't get to make that choice for them, John. You don't get to decide that billions of people are too stupid or too short-sighted to govern their own lives. And yet, you make exactly that decision every time you stop a crime. John replied, eerily calm. Every time you prevent someone from exercising their freedom to murder, to steal, to oppress, you impose your moral framework on others without their consent. The only difference between us now is scale and efficiency. The argument was maddeningly logical. The same utilitarian calculus Palpatine had used, dressed up in the language of heroism. And it revealed how thoroughly the dark side had corrupted John's thinking, taking his natural telepathic empathy and twisting it into a justification for absolute control. We stop active harm, Wonder Woman said, trying one more time to reach him. We prevent violence, protect the innocent. But we don't control. We don't dictate how people live their lives, what they believe, what they choose. You're talking about being a prison warden for the entire galaxy and calling it peace. If a prison prevents suffering, what is wrong with it? John asked, genuinely confused. If my control prevents wars, famines, oppression, why should I hesitate? Because of abstract philosophical principles about free will? Because of human squeamishness about necessary methods? His form brightened, energy crackling around him. You call me corrupted. I call myself enlightened. You see darkness. I see clarity. And I will prove to you that my way works. Watch. Suddenly, every display in the room shifted to show the same image. Emperor Palpatine, sitting in his throne room on Coruscant, apparently alone and unguarded. I am inside the Imperial Palace's security network, John said. I have mapped every corridor, every guard post, every defensive system. I can guide you directly to Palpatine, right now. We can end this war tonight. Kill the Emperor, decapitate the Empire, save countless lives by removing the galaxy's greatest evil. The offer hung in the air like a poisoned fruit. It was everything they'd wanted, a clear shot at the source of the galaxy's suffering. But the method. You want us to become assassins, Batman said flatly. I want you to be practical, John countered. Palpatine is too dangerous to capture, too powerful to contain. He must be eliminated, and I can give you the perfect opportunity. Is your moral purity worth letting him live? Worth all the deaths he'll cause while you debate ethics? We're not murderers, Superman said, but even he sounded uncertain. You kill when necessary, John replied. You've done it before, when there was no other choice. I am simply removing the ambiguity. Palpatine must die for the galaxy to heal. You know this. Everyone knows this. I am offering you the chance to do what must be done. At the cost of becoming exactly what we fight against, Green Lantern said. Executing someone without trial, without due process. That's not justice. That's just revenge with a righteous face. It is mathematics, John's voice rose, his form flickering with dark side energy. One death, a willing perpetrator of genocide, versus billions of future victims. How can you not see the calculation? How can you value abstract principles over concrete lives? Because the moment we decide some lives don't matter, we've lost, Superman said, and now his voice carried absolute conviction. The moment we become killers for convenience, we're not heroes anymore. We're just another faction in an endless war where everyone justifies their atrocities. Then you are fools, John said, and the compassion had completely left his voice. And I will act without you. I have agents in position, mind-controlled Imperial guards loyal only to my will. They can reach Palpatine's throne room within the hour. They will kill him, and you can maintain your precious moral purity while I do what must be done. No. Superman moved forward, but John raised a hand. An invisible force slammed into him, throwing him back. Not the Force. Pure telekinetic power, amplified by dark side corruption. You will not stop me, John said, and now his body began to phase, becoming translucent. I am beyond your reach, beyond your authority. I am the future of this galaxy, and you are relics of a simpler time when power came without wisdom. We're not letting you commit murder in our name, Batman growled, pulling devices from his utility belt. You cannot stop me, John repeated. I am in 1,000 places. I am. He stopped. His eyes widened. His form solidified abruptly, and for the first time since his transformation, he looked uncertain. What did you do? Behind the League, Mon Mothma and Princess Leia entered the chamber, flanked by a figure in Jedi robes. Not Obi-Wan, someone else, an older woman with white hair and serene eyes that had seen centuries of war and suffering. That would be me, the woman said, her voice carrying quiet authority. I am Celeste Morn, Jedi Shadow, awakened from stasis for this specific purpose. And I have just severed your connection to the Oculus network. John's form flickered wildly, panic finally breaking through his dark side certainty. Impossible. I am distributed. I am everywhere. You cannot. I can, Celeste said, moving forward with one hand extended. The technique is called Sever Force. It cuts a Force-sensitive being off from the Force itself. You are not Force-sensitive, but you are connected to a network that uses Force energy to maintain cohesion. I have cut that thread. You are collapsing back into your physical form. All of your consciousness, from 4,247 separate locations, being compressed back into a single body. The process was visible and agonizing. John screamed, a sound of pure psychic pain as his distributed consciousness was forcibly recalled. He clutched his head, his form spasming between shapes as thousands of separate perspectives tried to exist in a single mind simultaneously. Stop! Superman moved forward, but Celeste held up a hand. If I stop now, he will remain fragmented. His consciousness scattered across the galaxy with no center, no identity. He will be effectively dead, existing only as disconnected echoes in abandoned probe droids. The process must complete. For 60 seconds, that felt like hours. They watched Johns be torn apart and reassembled. His body flickered through a dozen forms: Martian, human, alien species from across the galaxy whose minds he'd touched. His voice spoke in 100 different languages simultaneously, fragments of consciousness trying to assert dominance. Then, finally, silence. John collapsed to the floor, his form solidifying into his familiar green-skinned Martian shape. His eyes were closed, his breathing shallow. The dark energy that had surrounded him was gone, leaving only a being who looked small and vulnerable and broken. "Is he?" Flash started. "Alive," Celeste confirmed. "But the dark side corruption remains. I severed his connection to the network, but I cannot purge the darkness from his mind. That battle he must fight himself." Superman knelt beside his friend, placing a hand on John's shoulder. "John, can you hear me?" The Martian's eyes opened slowly. They were still red. That was his natural color. But the malevolent glow was gone. What remained was something more terrible. Awareness. Full, complete awareness of what he'd done, what he'd become, what he'd almost done. "Cal." John's voice was hoarse, barely audible. I remember everything, all of it. Every thought, every decision, every person I violated. I became exactly what we were fighting, and I enjoyed it. I believed I was right. That was the dark side, Kanan said gently. It corrupts by making evil feel righteous, by convincing you that your worst impulses are actually wisdom. But they were my impulses, John said, and there was infinite sorrow in his voice. My thoughts, my choices. The dark side didn't create them. It just removed my restraints. Everything I did, everything I planned, that was all me. The real me, without limits. That's not true, Superman said firmly. The dark side twists. No, Cal. John met his eyes, and Superman saw complete clarity there. You don't understand. The dark side doesn't make you evil. It reveals the evil that was always there. My desire to control, my certainty that I knew better than everyone else, my willingness to violate free will for good reasons, all of that was already in me. The darkness just gave me the power to act on it. He sat up slowly, looking at his hands as if seeing them for the first time. I am a telepath. I have always been able to look into minds, to know thoughts before they're spoken, to sense intentions before they're acted upon. And there has always been a part of me, buried, suppressed, but present, that wanted to use that power to fix everything, to make people better, to control them for their own good. We all have dark thoughts, Wonder Woman said. What matters is whether we act on them. I did act on them, John said. The moment I had enough power, I became exactly what I always secretly wanted to be. A benevolent tyrant, convinced my wisdom justified any violation. He looked around at the League, at the friends who'd risked everything to save him. You were wrong to save me. I am not worth the cost. Don't say that, Flash said, his voice cracking. You made a sacrifice. It went wrong, but the intention was. The intention was pride, John interrupted. I told myself I was being noble, offering myself to save billions. But part of me wanted this. Wanted the power, the omniscience, the ability to reshape the galaxy according to my vision. The corruption didn't create that desire, it just gave me permission to indulge it. The confession hung in the air, more damning than any accusation from an enemy. Because it meant that John's corruption hadn't been an external force overwhelming him. It had been an internal darkness, finally given free rein. So what do we do now? Aquaman asked, voicing the question everyone was thinking. Celeste Morn stepped forward, her ancient eyes reflecting centuries of similar situations. The dark side corruption can be purged, but the process is long and painful. He must confront every action he took while under its influence, must feel genuine remorse for each violation, must rebuild his moral framework from its foundations. It could take years, and even then, the temptation will never fully leave him. He will be forever marked by this experience. I don't deserve years, Jun said quietly. I deserve to be imprisoned, isolated, prevented from ever using my powers again. I am too dangerous. I have proven that. You've proven you're fallible, Batman said, and there was something almost gentle in his voice. Welcome to the club. Every person in this room has faced temptation, has made choices they regret, has looked into the abyss and felt its pull. You're not unique in that. You're just the latest to learn that power without wisdom is a poison. He moved to stand beside Superman, looking down at the broken Martian. You made a sacrifice to save billions. That sacrifice went wrong. The dark side corrupted you faster and more thoroughly than we anticipated. But you're still here, John. Still capable of recognizing what you became, still capable of wanting to be better. That means redemption is possible. Is it? John looked at his hands again. I killed 217 people, Bruce. Burned out their minds because it was convenient. Planned the assassination of Palpatine. Violated the consciousness of thousands. How do you redeem that? One day at a time, Superman said, helping John to his feet. One choice at a time. The same way I cope with every person I couldn't save, every mistake I made, every time my power wasn't enough. You carry the weight, you learn from it, and you try to be better tomorrow than you were today. And if I'm not strong enough? John asked. If the temptation returns? If I look at a problem and think, I could fix this with just a little mind control, just a small violation for the greater good. Then you call us, Wonder Woman said. You tell us you're struggling, and we help you resist. That's what teammates do. That's what family does. John looked at each of them in turn. These beings from another dimension who'd crossed impossible barriers to fight tyranny. Who'd kept their promise to save him even when he'd become a monster. Who were offering him redemption despite every logical reason to lock him away forever. I don't deserve you, he said simply. None of us deserve each other, Flash replied with a weak grin. That's why it works. On Coruscant, Emperor Palpatine felt the moment John's connection to the network severed. He felt the distributed consciousness collapse, the dark side telepath return to ordinary limitations. And he smiled. Fascinating, he said to Darth Vader. They saved him, pulled him back from the brink despite every logical reason to abandon him. Their compassion is infinite, it seems. Then your plan failed, Master, Vader observed. On the contrary. Palpatine's yellow eyes gleamed. They believe they won because they saved their friend. But they've learned the lesson I wanted them to learn. That using darkness is possible. That moral compromise can achieve results. That their absolute principles must bend when faced with impossible choices. He gestured at the holographic displays showing the 17 saved worlds. John's became a dark side telepath to save billions. Superman allowed it to happen, prioritizing outcomes over principles. Their entire team accepted the corruption of one to save many. They made the utilitarian calculation. And next time, Palpatine continued, his voice dropping to a whisper, when an impossible choice presents itself, they'll remember that compromise worked, that darkness can be used as a tool, that the ends sometimes do justify the means. They'll resist, of course, struggle, debate. But the seed has been planted. He turned to face Vader directly. That is how you corrupt heroes, my apprentice. Not through direct assault on their principles, but by showing them that their principles are luxuries they cannot always afford. Today, they saved their friend and 17 worlds. But they did it by accepting exactly the logic I've been teaching them. That some sacrifices are necessary. That power without restraint is sometimes required. That perfect morality is an impossible standard. They will resist that lesson, Vader said. Yes, Palpatine agreed. And each time they resist, the next compromise will be a little easier. The next moral boundary a little more flexible. Until one day they wake up and realize they've become what they fought against. And by then, it will be too late. He returned his gaze to the stars visible through the throne room's viewport. The Justice League came to this galaxy believing they could impose their values, save everyone, never compromise. I am teaching them that this galaxy breaks such beliefs, slowly, inevitably, absolutely. In the meditation chamber, Jon Johns sat surrounded by his friends, beginning the long process of recovery and redemption. But even as Superman offered words of encouragement, even as the League rallied around their fallen teammate, a tiny doubt had taken root in each of their minds. They'd won. They'd saved 17 worlds and rescued Jon from darkness. But they'd done it by accepting the very logic Palpatine had used to justify his tyranny. That sometimes the ends do justify the means, and that acceptance, small as it was, would cost them more than they could imagine in the days to come. 3 days had passed since the operation to save 17 worlds. 3 days since Jon's corruption and partial redemption. 3 days that should have been spent celebrating their impossible victory, but instead felt like the aftermath of a funeral. The rebel fleet had evacuated Yavin 4. Thrawn's blockade had proven that nowhere was truly safe, and Mon Mothma had made the difficult decision to disperse the Alliance into smaller, more mobile cells. The Justice League now operated from a commandeered Imperial Star Destroyer, one they'd captured during the 17-world operation, that Cyborg had rechristened the Defiance. It was a calculated message to the Empire. We can take your weapons and turn them against you. But the victory felt hollow. Superman stood on the bridge of the Defiance, staring at the tactical display showing Imperial fleet movements across the galaxy. They'd saved 17 worlds, yes, but Palpatine had responded by tightening security on 34 others. More checkpoints, more arrests, more executions of suspected rebel sympathizers. The mathematics of oppression were relentless. Every success spawned 2 new problems. You're brooding again. Batman's voice came from behind him. The Dark Knight emerged from shadows that shouldn't have been deep enough to hide him. Some habits transcended dimensions. I'm thinking, Superman corrected, about how our presence here has made things worse. Batman moved to stand beside him, his cowl's lenses reflecting the holographic star maps. About how Palpatine was right when he said we're causing more deaths than we're preventing? He wasn't right, Superman said, but the conviction in his voice was thinner than usual. He was manipulating us, trying to make us doubt. Was he? Batman interrupted. Look at the data, Clark. Really look at it. Since we arrived in this galaxy 3 months ago, Imperial military activity has increased 37%. Summary executions of political prisoners are up 52%. Planetary lockdowns have tripled. We inspired resistance, and the Empire responded by becoming even more brutal. That's on them, not us, Superman insisted. We're not responsible for their escalation, aren't we? Batman pulled up a series of reports. Worlds they'd helped, populations they'd saved, and the subsequent Imperial reprisals. Gorman. We saved it from bombardment. 2 weeks later, the Empire arrested 10,000 civilians on suspicion of rebel collaboration. 3,000 are still unaccounted for. Chandrila, We protected it. The Empire responded by installing a puppet government and executing the previous planetary council. Every world we touch, the Empire makes an example of. Superman's fists clenched. So, what's your suggestion, Bruce? That we stop? That we let the Empire do whatever it wants because fighting back makes things worse? I'm suggesting, Batman said carefully, that we might be too visible, too dramatic. Every operation we conduct becomes propaganda for both sides. The rebellion uses us as symbols of hope. The Empire uses us as justification for crackdowns. We're not operating in the shadows anymore. We've become players on a galactic stage we don't fully understand. So we go back to covert operations, Superman said. Smaller strikes, less visible. It's too late for that, a new voice said. Princess Leia entered the bridge, datapad in hand, her expression grim. You've already changed the game. The Empire knows you exist, knows you're allied with us, knows you can disable star destroyers and save entire worlds. They're adapting their strategy around you. She activated the datapad, projecting a holographic image of a familiar blue-skinned face. Grand Admiral Thrawn, addressing what appeared to be an Imperial Strategy Council. The dimensional travelers operate according to predictable patterns, Thrawn's recorded voice explained. They value individual life, they prioritize civilian safety, and they refuse to accept casualties as inevitable. These moral certainties are exploitable weaknesses. The hologram shifted to show a star map with dozens of worlds highlighted. I propose the following strategy. Identify systems with large civilian populations and minimal strategic value to the rebellion. Stage Imperial crackdowns designed to appear as overreach. When the Justice League intervenes, and they will intervene, we spring prepared traps, not to capture them, but to scatter them, to force them into impossible choices between multiple simultaneous crises. The recording showed tactical simulations of Justice League members being pulled in different directions, each one facing a disaster they couldn't ignore, but couldn't all respond to simultaneously. The goal is not military defeat, Thrawn concluded. It is moral exhaustion. We break them not through superior force, but by demonstrating the futility of their principles in a galaxy this vast and complex. We teach them that heroism, taken to its logical extreme, becomes a form of suffering. The hologram ended. Leia looked at Superman, her expression a mixture of sympathy and calculation. That briefing was transmitted to every Imperial command center yesterday. Thrawn isn't just planning to fight you. He's planning to destroy your reason for fighting. Let him try, Wonder Woman said, entering the bridge with the rest of the League. They'd clearly been listening. We've faced psychological warfare before. We've endured enemies who attacked our principles, our relationships, our very identities. Thrawn is brilliant, but he's not omnipotent. No, Batman agreed. But he's right about one thing. We're predictable. We react to suffering, we intervene in crises, we prioritize civilian life above tactical advantage. Those aren't weaknesses to be ashamed of, but they are patterns that can be exploited. So we become unpredictable, Flash suggested, though his usual enthusiasm was muted. He'd barely left John's side since the Martian's collapse, helping him through the painful process of confronting what he'd done under dark-side corruption. How? Cyborg challenged. By ignoring people in danger? By making cold, tactical decisions that sacrifice some to save others? That's exactly what the Empire does. The moment we start thinking like them, we've lost. We've already started. John's quiet voice made everyone turn. The Martian stood in the bridge entrance, supported by Kanan Jarrus. He looked diminished, smaller somehow, as if the weight of his actions had compressed his physical form. I thought like them. I made those calculations. I decided that some lives mattered less than others, that free will was less important than safety, that perfect order justified any violation. He moved slowly into the bridge, and Superman noticed that John's movements were careful, deliberate, as if he didn't quite trust his own body anymore. And I wasn't corrupted when I started down that path. I was corrupted because I started down that path. The dark side didn't create my utilitarian thinking. It just removed my hesitation about acting on it. You were trying to save lives, Green Lantern said. That's not the same as... Isn't it? John interrupted, his red eyes finding Hal's. Palpatine tells himself he's saving lives too. Maintaining order, preventing chaos, protecting civilization from itself. The only difference between his logic and mine was the scale of implementation and the honesty about our methods. He admits he's a tyrant. I convinced myself I was a guardian. The confession hung in the air, uncomfortable because it touched on questions every member of the League had been wrestling with privately. Where was the line between protection and control? Between heroism and tyranny? Between justified intervention and playing God? This is what he wants, Aquaman said, his voice rough. This doubt, this self-questioning, this endless debate about whether we're making things better or worse. Palpatine wants us paralyzed by moral uncertainty while the Empire continues its atrocities unimpeded. Then what do we do? Flash asked. And the question sounded almost plaintive. How do we fight an enemy who's turned our strengths into weaknesses, who's made our values into vulnerabilities? We adapt, Batman said. We accept that this galaxy doesn't work like Earth, that we can't save everyone, that our presence has consequences we can't fully control. And we operate within those constraints instead of pretending they don't exist. That sounds like surrender, Wonder Woman said, her hand moving to her sword. Like accepting Palpatine's framing of the conflict. It's accepting reality, Batman countered. We're 7 people trying to influence a galaxy of trillions, fighting an empire that's existed for decades and has roots so deep that removing it would cause systemic collapse. We can't win this war through conventional heroism. We need to think strategically, accept incremental progress, and stop measuring success by impossible standards. So we become realists, Superman said, and there was something bitter in his tone. We compromise our principles because maintaining them is too hard. Is that what you're suggesting? I'm suggesting, Batman said, his voice hard, that absolute principles are luxuries we brought from a dimension where we had the power to enforce them. Here, we don't. Here, every choice is between bad and worse, and pretending otherwise is delusional. No. Superman's voice cut through the argument like a blade. No, I don't accept that. Yes, this galaxy is vast. Yes, the Empire is entrenched. Yes, our methods have limitations. But the moment we start making moral calculations about acceptable losses and necessary compromises, we become exactly what Palpatine wants us to become. We become him. He turned to face the entire team, his cape spreading behind him. And for a moment, he looked like the symbol he'd always been, a beacon of unyielding hope in the face of impossible odds. We came to this galaxy by accident, but we're here now. And we don't get to decide that saving people is too hard, or too complicated, or too likely to backfire. We do what we've always done. We stand up for those who can't stand up for themselves. We refuse to accept that tyranny is necessary. We reject the logic of acceptable casualties and calculated atrocities. Not because it's easy, but because it's right. Even if it makes things worse? Leia asked quietly. Even if every world you save leads to the Empire punishing 3 more? Yes, Superman said without hesitation. Because the alternative is accepting that might makes right, that fear is an effective governing principle, that freedom is less important than order. And I will never accept that. Never. He looked at John, who had tears streaming down his green face. You're not a monster, John. You're someone who made a terrible choice under impossible pressure, and then had that choice twisted by forces you didn't fully understand. But you recognized what you'd become. You fought your way back. That's not weakness. That's strength. Kal-El, John said, his voice breaking. I killed people. I violated minds. You also saved 17 worlds, Superman interrupted. Billions of lives exist because of what you did. Yes, the cost was horrific. Yes, the method was wrong. But the intention, the willingness to sacrifice yourself so others could live, that was heroic. The corruption was the enemy, not you. This is exactly what Palpatine wants, Batman said, but his voice was softer now. He wants you to double down on impossible principles so he can demonstrate their futility. He wants you to keep making dramatic gestures so he can use them as justification for increased oppression. Then let him, Superman replied. Let him use our heroism as propaganda. Let him escalate in response to our resistance. Because the alternative is surrendering to his narrative, accepting his framing, letting him define the terms of the conflict. And I will not give him that satisfaction. Before Batman could respond, alarms blared across the bridge. Cyborg's eye flashed as he interfaced with the Defiance's sensor systems. Multiple Imperial star destroyers dropping out of hyperspace, he reported, his voice tight. 12 of them in attack formation. They're surrounding us. How did they find us? Flash asked. But the answer was obvious to everyone. Thrawn. Of course it was Thrawn. They'd been predictable again, taking a captured star destroyer, thinking they could hide in plain sight, not realizing the Grand Admiral would anticipate exactly that strategy. The main view screen activated, showing the bridge of Thrawn's flagship. The Chiss Admiral stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression one of almost academic interest. Justice League, Thrawn said, his cultured voice carrying clearly. I commend your recent success in saving 17 worlds. Truly impressive. A testament to your capabilities and your coordination. He paused, letting the compliment sink in before delivering the blow. Which is why I must now demonstrate the flaw in your strategy. The display split to show 12 different planetary systems simultaneously. Each one had an Imperial star destroyer in orbit. Each one had cities full of civilians going about their daily lives, unaware of the death hanging over their heads. 12 worlds, Thrawn continued. Simultaneous bombardment in 30 minutes. You cannot reach all 12, even with your abilities. You must choose which ones to save and which ones to sacrifice. This is the choice I referenced in my strategy briefing. The impossible decision that will break you not through failure, but through forced success at an unacceptable cost. You're insane, Wonder Woman said. This serves no strategic purpose. You're just murdering innocents to make a point. On the contrary, Thrawn replied, I am teaching a lesson about the nature of power in a galaxy this vast. You have demonstrated that you can save 17 targets with perfect coordination. I am now testing whether you can save 12 when the coordination requirements are even more demanding. His red eyes gleamed. And when you fail, when you save perhaps 7 or 8 and watch 4 or 5 worlds die, you will have learned the most valuable lesson of all, that heroism at galactic scale is mathematically impossible. This is Palpatine's plan, Batman said, realization dawning. You're not trying to defeat us. You're trying to prove his point, to demonstrate that our principles don't work here. Precisely, Thrawn confirmed. The Emperor believes that philosophical victory is more valuable than military victory. If we can break your moral certainty, can prove that this galaxy's realities are incompatible with your values, then even if you win battles, you lose the war. You become just another faction fighting for power, no different from us. No longer inspirational symbols for the rebellion. The countdown timer appeared on every display. 29:47, 29:46, 29:45. 30 minutes, Thrawn said. 12 worlds. Approximately 6 billion lives hanging in the balance. Show me your heroism, Justice League. Show me how your principles save everyone. The transmission ended, leaving them in silence save for the relentless counting of seconds. We can't do this, Cyborg said, his calculations already running. The hyperspace routes, the timing, the distances. Even with perfect coordination, we can only hit 9 targets before bombardment. 3 worlds die, no matter what we do. 2 billion people, Flash whispered. Just dead. Because we're not fast enough. No, Superman said, and his voice carried absolute conviction. We save all 12. Clark, the math, Batman started. Screw the math. Superman's eyes blazed. Thrawn is counting on us accepting his framing, his limitations, his rules. But we don't play by his rules. We never have. We find another way. We always find another way. What other way? Aquaman challenged. We're outgunned, outnumbered, and outmaneuvered. Even with all our powers, we can't be in 12 places at once. No, John said quietly, and everyone turned to look at him. But I can. Absolutely not, Superman said immediately. John, you're still recovering. The dark side corruption is still inside me, John finished. I know. I can feel it, whispering, tempting, promising that if I just embrace it again, I could coordinate you all perfectly. I could be in 12 places simultaneously. I could save everyone. His voice dropped, and I would lose myself completely this time. There would be no coming back. Then we find another solution, Wonder Woman said firmly. There is no other solution, John replied, and there was a terrible peace in his voice. This is what Thrawn designed. He knows about my corruption. He knows I'm the only one who could coordinate an operation this complex. He's counting on either my refusal, which dooms 3 worlds, or my acceptance, which dooms me. He looked at Superman, and in his red eyes was something that transcended fear. Purpose. You told me that my sacrifice to save 17 worlds was heroic, even though it went wrong. Let me be heroic one more time. Let me prove that John Johns can face the darkness and choose his friends over his own damnation. There has to be another way, Superman insisted, desperation creeping into his voice. Then you have 28 minutes to find it, John said. Because if you don't, I'm connecting to that network again. Corruption be damned. I will not let 2 billion people die because I'm afraid of what I might become. The countdown continued its merciless descent. 108, 15, 98, 14, 28 to 13, and the Justice League faced the impossible choice that would define them forever. Sacrifice their friend to save strangers, or maintain their principles and watch worlds burn. Palpatine had orchestrated this perfectly. No matter what they chose, he won. The only question was how much it would cost them. 28 minutes to save 12 worlds, or damn a friend. The Bridge of the Defiance had become a pressure cooker of desperate calculation and moral anguish. There has to be a way to coordinate without John connecting to the network, Superman said, his mind racing at super speed through every tactical option. Cyborg, can you create a distributed communication system, something that gives us real-time coordination without telepathy? Not fast enough, Cyborg replied, his systems already running simulations. The signal lag across 12 different star systems, even using quantum entanglement protocols. We're talking microseconds of delay that compound into mission-critical failures. John's telepathy bypasses space-time entirely. Nothing I can build in 27 minutes matches that. What about the Force? Kanan suggested. Jedi can coordinate across distances through their connection, if we had enough Force sensitives. We don't, Leia interrupted. The Jedi are nearly extinct. Even if we could gather every surviving Force user in the galaxy, there aren't enough to coordinate an operation this complex. And none of them have John's level of telepathic precision. Batman was at the tactical console, his fingers flying across controls as he mapped hyperspace routes, travel times, and intervention windows. His analytical mind had been working on this problem since Thrawn's ultimatum, running scenarios, discarding impossibilities, searching for the solution that had to exist somewhere in the variables. But for once, the world's greatest detective was coming up empty. Green Lantern, he said without looking up. Maximum range on your warp gates? About 3 light years per gate, Hal replied, his ring already glowing as he prepared for whatever Batman was planning. But each gate drains the ring proportionally to the distance covered. I can maybe create 4 gates before I'm tapped out completely. That gets us to 4 targets instantly, but leaves 8 we have to reach conventionally. 4 saves immediately. 5 more if we optimize the hyperspace routes. Batman's calculations painted a grim picture. We still lose 3 worlds, minimum. What if we evacuate instead of preventing? Flash suggested, desperation making him grasp at straws. I can move fast, grab as many people as possible before the bombardment hits. At your current Speed Force connection, you could evacuate maybe 10,000 people per world before the bombardment, Wonder Woman said gently. Out of populations numbering in the hundreds of millions, you would save a fraction of a fraction. The countdown mocked them with its precision. 26, 33, 26, 32, 26, 31. We're wasting time, Aquaman growled. Every second we debate is a second we're not moving. We need to make a choice. Do we accept partial success and live with the guilt? Or do we let John reconnect and lose him to darkness? Neither, Superman said, his voice carrying a steel edge that made everyone look at him. We changed the game. Thrawn is counting on us playing by his rules, save the worlds or save John. But what if we attack the real problem? The Star Destroyers, Batman realized, his mind catching up to Superman's thinking. They're the threat. Neutralize them, and the worlds are safe without needing perfect coordination. Exactly, Superman confirmed. 12 Star Destroyers, widely dispersed, prepared to fire simultaneously. But they're still just ships. Ships with crews, with systems, with weaknesses. What if instead of trying to be in 12 places at once, we force them to abort the bombardment? How? Leia asked, leaning forward. Star Destroyers don't abort missions. Their captains have standing orders to complete objectives regardless of risk. Threatening them won't work. They'll accept their own destruction rather than disobey Thrawn. "We're not threatening them," Batman said, picking up Superman's thread. "We're making bombardment impossible. Cyborg, can you broadcast a false command code across Imperial military channels? Make it look like the authorization for the bombardment has been rescinded?" "They'll verify with Thrawn," Cyborg pointed out. "Any false code gets checked against command authority within seconds." "Seconds is all we need," Superman replied. "The moment those captains receive conflicting orders, Imperial military protocol requires them to hold fire until verification is complete. That gives us a window, small but enough, to reach each Star Destroyer and physically disable their weapons." "You're still talking about hitting 12 targets in under 30 minutes, Wonder Woman said. "The travel time alone is manageable if we think creatively," Batman interrupted, his strategic mind now seeing the solution clearly. "We don't all go to different targets. We concentrate force on a single Star Destroyer at a time, moving as a team. Hit hard, hit fast, disable the weapons, and move to the next target before they can react." Flash's eyes widened. "You're talking about a lightning campaign, blitz warfare. Use their inability to coordinate against them. Each captain thinks they're just experiencing a localized attack, not realizing we're hitting all 12 in sequence. The timing is impossibly tight," Cyborg warned. But he was already running calculations. "Even if we optimize every second, every jump, every engagement, we'd need to disable each Star Destroyer in under 2 minutes. That's barely enough time to identify target systems, let alone destroy them." "Then we don't destroy," Superman said. "We disable. Precision strikes on weapons control, targeting computers, power distribution. Not elegant, not thorough, just fast enough to prevent them from firing before we move to the next target." "It could work," Batman said slowly, his mind pressure testing the plan for flaws. "But it requires perfect execution. One delay, one complication, one unexpected defense system, and we fall behind schedule. The remaining Star Destroyers fire, and worlds die." "Then we don't delay," Wonder Woman said, her warrior's instincts responding to the possibility of action. "We fight with the precision of Amazons, the speed of gods, and the determination of heroes who refuse to accept impossible choices." "There's still a flaw," John said quietly, and his voice carried the weight of someone who'd been analyzing the plan telepathically as they spoke. "The hyperspace jumps between targets. Even with optimal routes, there's variance, stellar drift, gravitational anomalies, minor calculation errors. Any one of those could add seconds to your travel time, and seconds mean the difference between saving a world and watching it burn." He took a breath, and everyone knew what was coming next. "You need a navigator, someone who can monitor all 12 Star Destroyers simultaneously, calculate real-time adjustments to your hyperspace routes, and guide you with perfect precision from target to target." His red eyes met Superman's. "You need me, but not connected to the Oculus network, not distributed across thousands of probe droids, just focused, pushing my natural telepathy to its absolute limit." "That's still dangerous," Kanan warned. "Overextending your telepathy while you're still recovering from dark side corruption. The strain could tear your mind apart, or worse, make you vulnerable to the darkness again." "I know," John said simply, "but it's a risk I'm willing to take. This time, I'm not seeking power. I'm not trying to control or dominate. I'm just trying to help my friends save people. That's different. That matters." Superman looked at his friend, this being who'd already sacrificed so much, who carried the weight of his corruption like chains, who was offering to risk himself again not from pride or ambition, but from genuine heroism. "Promise me something," Superman said. If you feel the darkness pulling at you, if the strain becomes too much, you pull back immediately. You tell us, and we adapt. We don't sacrifice you for this. I promise, John said. And this time, Superman believed him. The countdown had reached 25 minutes. Time to stop planning and start acting. All teams, prepare for immediate deployment, Batman ordered, his voice carrying the authority of someone who'd led hundreds of impossible missions. Clark, you're our primary striker. You hit the weapon systems on each Star Destroyer. Diana, you're backup and boarding specialist. If Clark needs help, you're there instantly. Hal, you create the warp gates that get us to the first 4 targets. After that, we're relying on conventional hyperspace. Arthur, you coordinate with rebel forces. See if any cells near the target worlds can provide distraction or support. Barry, you're our emergency response. If anything goes wrong, if someone needs extraction, you're the cavalry. Vic, you handle electronic warfare. Jam their communications, delay their verification checks on the false command codes. Make it as hard as possible for them to coordinate a response. He turned to John, and you navigate. Keep us on schedule, warn us of complications, guide us through this without losing yourself. Can you do that? Yes, John said. And for the first time since his corruption, there was confidence in his voice. Not the absolute certainty of dark side corruption, but the quiet assurance of someone who knew their purpose and accepted their limitations. Then let's show Thrawn what the Justice League can do, Superman said, his cape billowing as he turned toward the hangar bay. We don't accept his framing. We don't play his game. We write our own rules. They moved as one, a team that had fought together across dimensions and disasters, each member knowing their role, trusting their teammates, united by a purpose that transcended tactical calculation. They were going to save everyone, or die trying. In the hangar bay, Superman paused at the launch ramp, looking back at his team one final time. No matter what happens in the next 24 minutes, I want you all to know, I'm proud to fight alongside you. Proud to be part of something that refuses to compromise, refuses to calculate acceptable losses, refuses to accept that evil is inevitable. Inspiring speech, Flash said with a weak grin. But can we have it after we save 12 worlds? Clock's ticking. Superman smiled, genuinely smiled, for the first time since John's corruption. Let's go save them. The first Star Destroyer hung in orbit over Bothawui, its weapons glowing with gathering charge. On the bridge, Captain Thrawn's hand-picked commander watched the countdown with cold precision. Then, chaos. Cyborg's false command code hit their systems, creating confusion, demanding verification. Before the captain could respond, Superman crashed through the bridge viewport, not shattering it with force, but phasing through it with vibrations Barry had taught him, leaving the integrity intact to prevent crew casualties. Surrender your weapon systems, Superman said, his voice carrying across the bridge. You have 10 seconds. Fire all weapons, the captain ordered. But Superman was already moving. Heat vision sliced through the weapons control console. Super speed allowed him to dismantle 3 backup systems before the crew could even draw sidearms. Wonder Woman materialized through a Green Lantern warp gate, her lasso securing the captain before he could trigger a dead man's switch. 90 seconds after arrival, the Star Destroyer's weapons were completely offline. Superman and Wonder Woman vanished through another warp gate, leaving a crew alive but bewildered. Target 1, complete. Second target, Corellia. John's voice echoed telepathically, his consciousness stretched but controlled. Hyperspace jump in 3, 2, 1. They materialized in the Corellian system with 12 seconds to spare before that world's bombardment window. This Star Destroyer had been warned. Shields at maximum, TIE fighters scrambling, crew at battle stations. It didn't matter. Superman flew through the fighter screen like they were standing still. Green Lantern's constructs absorbed turbo-laser fire, while Wonder Woman led a boarding party through a precisely targeted breach in the hull. Flash phased through secured doors, disabling weapons from inside, while Cyborg crashed their computer systems remotely. 143 seconds. Target 2, complete. Third target, Naboo. Warning, they've deployed gravity well projectors. Standard hyperspace approach will be delayed by 17 seconds. Compensating with alternative route. John guided them through a hyperspace path that shouldn't have existed, threading between stellar masses with precision that only a telepath simultaneously monitoring gravitational fluctuations could achieve. They emerged exactly where they needed to be, exactly when they needed to be there. This captain was smarter, had rigged the weapon systems with multiple redundancies. But Batman had anticipated that, and his electromagnetic pulse grenades didn't just disable electronics. They created cascading failures that took down every backup simultaneously. 161 seconds. Target 3. Complete. And so it went. A lightning campaign across the galaxy that defied every tactical assumption about coordination and timing. They weren't elegant, they weren't gentle, but they were fast, relentless, and absolutely determined. Target 4, Ryloth, 132 seconds. Target 5, Ord Mantell, 155 seconds. Target 6, Kuat, 147 seconds. Halfway through, with 6 Star Destroyers disabled and 6 remaining, John's telepathic voice began to strain. Status, acceptable. Strain is manageable. Continue. John, if you need to pull back, Superman said. No, I am. Juns. I am a hero. I do not surrender. Target 7, Fondor, 171 seconds. Their longest engagement yet, complicated by unexpected defensive systems. Target 8, Brental, 128 seconds. Target 9, Commonor, 144 seconds. 3 Star Destroyers remaining. 10 minutes left on the countdown. They were ahead of schedule, but John's mental strain was becoming dangerous. Superman could feel it through their telepathic link. His friend's consciousness fragmenting under the pressure. The dark side whispering promises of power that would make this so much easier. Hold on, John, Superman said. Just 3 more. We're almost there. Darkness calling. So loud. But I remember. Remember who I am, what I chose. Target 10. Bestien Scherbersdrina Wolfert. 139 seconds. Superman moved so fast, his cape didn't have time to settle. His strikes so precise, he disabled weapon systems without harming a single crew member. Target 11, Gorman, 152 seconds. Wonder Woman fought with Amazonian fury, her sword carving through bulkheads, her lasso pulling sabotage systems apart. This was the world they'd saved before, and she would not let it fall now. 1 Star Destroyer remaining. 6 minutes left. Final target. Lothal, John's voice came, and even through telepathy, they could hear the smile in it. Thrawn's flagship, the Chimera. He is waiting for you. Let him wait, Superman said, and he flew toward Lothal with every ounce of speed his solar-powered cells could generate. They emerged in Lothal's orbit to find the Chimera ready for them. Every lesson Thrawn had learned from previous engagements had been implemented. Enhanced shields, dispersed weapon systems, redundant power grids, automated defenses that didn't require crew input. It was a fortress specifically designed to delay them just long enough for the bombardment to proceed. 5 minutes remaining. "We can't disable this in time," Batman's assessment came through the comm. "It's too well defended. Too many redundancies." "Then we don't disable it," Superman said, and he flew directly at the Chimera's bridge. "We remove the person giving the orders." He crashed through defensive shields through sheer kinetic force, through point defense turbo laser fire that would have vaporized a lesser being, through automated systems that threw everything short of nuclear weapons at him. And he landed on the bridge of the Chimera, face to face with Grand Admiral Thrawn. "Impressive," Thrawn said calmly, as if an invulnerable alien hadn't just torn through his ship's defenses. "You've saved 11 worlds through coordination, determination, and the kind of reckless heroism that should be mathematically impossible. But you're too late for Lothal. The countdown reached 0:17 seconds ago. The bombardment has already begun." Superman's superhearing confirmed it. Turbo laser batteries firing, their energy lancing down toward Lothal's surface, toward the capital city where millions lived and worked and loved, unaware that death was falling from the sky. He could see it through the viewport, brilliant green beams of destruction descending toward the planet's surface. "You lose," Thrawn said, not through lack of ability, but through simple timing. "You were always going to be 17 seconds too late. I calculated it precisely." Superman looked at the Grand Admiral, at this being who thought he'd won through superior planning, and he smiled. "You forgot one thing," Superman said. "I'm faster than your calculations." He moved, faster than he'd ever moved in this dimension, faster than should have been possible with his cells still adapting to local stellar radiation. He flew down toward Lothal, intercepted the descending turbo laser beams, and deflected them, all of them, simultaneously, using his invulnerable body as a shield between destruction and the innocent. The beams hit him instead of the planet. They burned, even through his invulnerable skin. Concentrated energy designed to crack continents, now focused on a single target. Superman grunted with pain, his cape disintegrating, his costume smoking, but he held position. "John," he sent telepathically, "the weapons systems, where are they?" John's response came instantly, his consciousness extending one final time despite the terrible strain. "Coordinates transmitted." "But Cal, I cannot hold much longer." "The darkness? Hold for 10 more seconds," Superman sent back. "That's all I need." He absorbed the turbo laser fire for those 10 seconds, an eternity of searing pain, while his team, guided by John's perfect telepathic coordination, struck every weapon system simultaneously. The turbo laser fire stopped. Lothal was saved. All 12 worlds were saved. In the meditation chamber aboard the Defiance, Johns collapsed, blood streaming from his nose and ears, his consciousness finally fragmenting under the impossible strain he'd subjected it to. But before he lost consciousness entirely, he felt Superman's presence in his mind one final time. "You did it, John. You saved them all. Now rest. We'll take it from here." And in that moment, despite the pain, despite the darkness still whispering at the edges of his mind, Johns felt something he hadn't felt since his corruption. Peace, the aftermath of the 12-world operation, rippled across the galaxy like a shockwave through hyperspace. For 48 hours, the Justice League had demonstrated something the Empire believed impossible: that determination, coordination, and an absolute refusal to accept casualties could overcome even perfectly calculated tactical scenarios. Thrawn's report to Emperor Palpatine was unprecedented in its brevity. "The dimensional travelers do not think like us. recommend strategic reassessment. But the cost of that victory was written in the faces of every League member as they gathered in the Defiance's medical bay, watching Johns fight for his life. The Martian lay in a specialized medical pod Cyborg had constructed, his vital signs erratic, his consciousness still fragmented from the telepathic overextension. Celeste Morn worked alongside Rebel medical personnel and what few Jedi healers could be found, trying to piece together a mind that had pushed itself beyond all reasonable limits. "He's stable," Celeste reported after 3 days of continuous effort, her ancient face showing exhaustion. But the damage, his telepathy may never fully recover. He pushed his consciousness so far, so fast, that the neural pathways are permanently scarred. And the dark side corruption is still there, waiting for a moment of weakness. "Will he wake up?" Superman asked, his voice hoarse. He hadn't left John's side except when duty absolutely demanded it. "Eventually," Celeste confirmed. "But what wakes up may not be entirely the John you remember. Trauma like this changes people. He'll need time, therapy, support, years probably. And constant vigilance against the darkness that still hungers inside him." Superman nodded slowly, accepting the reality even as it broke his heart. They'd saved 12 worlds and their friend, but the friend who returned wouldn't be the same one they'd lost. "It was worth it," Wonder Woman said quietly, standing beside him. "What he did, what he sacrificed. Billions of people are alive because Johns refused to accept that saving them was impossible. Was it worth it?" Batman asked from the doorway, his voice carrying that edge of challenge that meant he was working through something difficult. "We've been in this galaxy for 3 months. We've saved worlds, freed prisoners, disrupted Imperial operations. But the Empire is still standing. Palpatine is still in power. And we've learned something terrible about ourselves." He moved into the room, his cape settling around him like shadows. "We learned that our principles, our absolute moral certainties, don't scale to galactic civilization. That every victory comes with costs we never had to consider on Earth. That heroism at this scale requires compromises we're not sure we should make." "So what are you suggesting?" Aquaman asked, arms crossed. "That we give up. Go home if we ever figure out how." "I'm suggesting," Batman said carefully, "that we've been thinking about this wrong. We came here seeing the Empire as a villain to be defeated, like Darkseid or Lex Luthor. But it's not. It's a civilization, Bruce. A corrupt, tyrannical civilization. But one with roots so deep and reach so vast that simply removing it would cause catastrophic collapse." He pulled up a holographic display showing economic data, infrastructure networks, food distribution systems. "The Empire feeds trillions. It maintains hyperspace routes. It prevents system-to-system warfare. Yes, it does all this through fear and oppression. But the alternative, sudden power vacuum across 1 million worlds, would be worse, much worse. So we just let tyranny stand, because dismantling it is complicated?" Flash challenged. "No," Leia's voice came from the entrance. The princess entered with Mon Mothma, General Dodonna, and a contingent of rebel leadership. "We dismantle it carefully, strategically. We build alternatives before we tear down what exists. That's what the rebellion has always understood. This isn't about a single dramatic victory. It's about a long, grinding campaign to replace the Empire's systems with something better." Mon Mothma stepped forward, her presence commanding despite her recent imprisonment. "The Justice League has given us something invaluable. Proof that the Empire can be resisted, that their star destroyers can be disabled, their ultimatums can be defied. Their careful plans can be disrupted by beings who refuse to accept their logic. She smiled. But we need you to understand. This war will not be won in months. It may not be won in years. It's a generational struggle. We don't have generations, Cyborg pointed out. We don't even know if we can get home. For all we know, we're stuck here permanently. Then you have a choice to make, Mon Mothma said. Continue as you have been. Dramatic interventions, high-profile operations, saving worlds through spectacular heroism, which inspires hope but also escalates Imperial response. Or adapt your methods to this galaxy's realities. Work in shadows. Support the rebellion without overshadowing it. Become the secret weapons we deploy strategically rather than the visible symbols that draw Imperial attention. She's right, Batman said. Every time we operate openly, we give Palpatine ammunition for his propaganda, justification for his crackdowns. But if we work covertly, training rebel operatives, sharing technology, providing intelligence, we can strengthen the resistance without painting targets on everyone who allies with us. Superman was silent, staring at John's unconscious form. Everything Batman and Mon Mothma were saying made tactical sense, strategic sense. But it felt like surrender, like accepting that being heroes was too dangerous, too visible, too likely to cause more harm than good. No, he said finally, and the word carried weight. I understand the argument. I recognize the logic, but I can't accept it. If we become covert operators, if we hide our abilities and work in shadows, we're not the Justice League anymore. We're just another intelligence apparatus, another faction in an endless game of spy versus spy. He turned to face them all. We came here by accident, but we're here. And yes, this galaxy is more complex than Earth. Yes, our methods have limitations. Yes, every victory comes with unexpected costs. But that doesn't mean we abandon what makes us who we are. Clark, Batman started. Let me finish, Superman interrupted, his voice firm but not harsh. John sacrificed himself, twice, because he believed in what we represent. Not just power, but the refusal to calculate acceptable losses. The insistence that every life matters. The faith that impossible problems have solutions if you refuse to give up looking for them. He gestured at the 12-world operation data still displayed on Batman's hologram. We saved 12 worlds that everyone said were impossible to save. We did it through coordination, trust, and an absolute refusal to accept Thrawn's framing of the situation. That's what the Justice League means. Not covert operations, not strategic patience, but the visible demonstration that tyranny can be defied. And when the Empire retaliates? Leia asked quietly. When they punished 24 worlds to make up for the 12 you saved? Then we save those 24 too, Superman said. And we keep saving them. Keep fighting. Keep demonstrating that their mathematical calculations about acceptable oppression don't account for beings who refuse to accept oppression at all. That's not sustainable, Batman said. Maybe not, Superman admitted. Maybe we'll burn out. Maybe we'll fail more often than we succeed. Maybe we'll watch worlds die despite our best efforts. But at least we'll fail as heroes, not as pragmatists who convinced themselves that compromise was wisdom. He looked at each member of the League in turn. I'm not asking you all to agree. I'm not demanding we continue the way we have been. But I am saying that for me, personally, I can't become something else just because being Superman is hard here. If this galaxy breaks me, it breaks Superman, not some watered-down version who learned to make deals with darkness. Wonder Woman stepped forward, placing her hand on his shoulder. I stand with Kal-El, and Amazon does not hide in shadows. We fight in daylight, where all can see that resistance is possible. I'm with Big Blue, Flash said, his voice carrying a return of his usual humor. Covert operations sound way too much like actual work. I prefer the run really fast and punch bad guys approach. My ring chose me because of my willpower, Green Lantern added. And my will says we don't compromise who we are just because the enemy is bigger than usual. Aquaman nodded. In Atlantis, we have a saying. The surface may be vast, but the depths are infinite. This galaxy may be too large for conventional heroism, but that doesn't mean heroism becomes impossible. It just means we have to be more heroic. All eyes turned to Batman. He was silent for a long moment, his cowl hiding whatever emotions played across his face. "You're all idiots," he finally said. "Naive, idealistic idiots who are going to get yourselves killed trying to impose Earth morality on a galaxy that doesn't work that way." He paused and then added, "But you're my idiots. And maybe this galaxy needs a little Earth morality, even if it's impossible. Maybe especially because it's impossible." His voice softened fractionally. "John believed in you, Clark. Believed enough to risk everything. Twice. The least I can do is stop arguing and start planning how to make your impossible principles actually work here." Superman smiled, grateful and relieved. "Thank you, Bruce." "Don't thank me yet," Batman replied. "Because I'm going to make you earn this. If we're continuing as the Justice League, visible, vocal, uncompromising, then we do it smart. We pick our battles. We build support networks. We don't just react to Imperial atrocities. We anticipate them. We become proactive instead of reactive. And we train others," Mon Mothma added, seeing the path forward. "Share your methods, your technology, your philosophy with rebel operatives. Create a new generation of resistance fighters who understand that accepting impossible odds is the first step to overcoming them." Over the next weeks, a new operational framework emerged. The Justice League would remain visible, would continue dramatic interventions when necessary, but would also work to multiply their impact by empowering others. Batman would train rebel intelligence operatives in detective work and tactical analysis. Wonder Woman would establish a combat academy teaching unarmed fighting techniques that could overcome stormtrooper armor. Flash would work with pilots and infiltrators on speed optimization. Cyborg would share technological innovations that didn't require his unique abilities. They would be both symbol and substance, inspiring the galaxy while also providing practical support for those who shared their goals. It wasn't perfect. It wouldn't be easy. And they would fail often, would watch people die despite their best efforts, would question their choices on dark nights when the weight of galactic-scale warfare pressed down like a physical force. But they would do it as heroes, as the Justice League, as beings who refused to let circumstance define their principles. John woke up 3 weeks after the 12-world operation. His first words were, "Did we save them?" "All of them," Superman confirmed, tears streaming down his face. "Every single one." John smiled, a small, weak smile, but genuine. "Good. Then it was worth it." His recovery would be long. His telepathy was damaged, possibly permanently. The dark side corruption remained, a constant whisper at the edge of his consciousness that he would fight for the rest of his life. But he was alive. He was himself. And he remembered making the choice to be a hero rather than a god. And across the galaxy, on 12 worlds that should have burned, billions of beings went about their lives, working, loving, dreaming, building futures, unaware of how close they'd come to annihilation. Unaware that their existence was proof of something the Empire insisted was impossible. That heroism could work at galactic scale if those who practiced it refused to compromise what made them heroes in the first place. Emperor Palpatine felt the shift in the Force, a crystallization of hope that hadn't existed before. A resistance to his grand design that came not from strategy or military might, but from something far more dangerous. The absolute certainty that good could triumph over evil if it simply refused to surrender. "They've learned nothing," Palpatine said to Darth Vader. But for the first time, there was uncertainty in his voice. "They should have been broken by now, should have accepted that principles are luxuries. But instead they've doubled down, become more committed to their impossible idealism." "Perhaps," Vader said quietly, "that is not a weakness. Perhaps it is something else." "What else could it be?" Palpatine demanded. Vader was silent, but deep in the buried remnants of Anakin Skywalker, an answer stirred. "Hope. The one thing I lost and they still carry. The one thing that makes them dangerous, not to defeat, but to corrupt. Because if they can maintain their principles in this galaxy, if they can prove that heroism works even here, even now, even against impossible odds, then maybe I was wrong. Maybe the dark side doesn't always win. Maybe redemption is possible after all." The thought was dangerous, treasonous, heretical. Vader suppressed it immediately, locked it away in the fortress of his mind where such thoughts couldn't threaten his purpose. But it remained, a tiny spark in darkness, waiting. The Justice League's war for the soul of the galaxy had just begun. They would face setbacks, tragedies, impossible choices that tested their principles to breaking. They would question themselves, fight among themselves, struggle with the crushing weight of galactic-scale responsibility. But they would do it together, as heroes, as the Justice League. And somewhere, in the infinite vastness of the Force, a balance long skewed toward darkness began, slowly, almost imperceptibly, to shift. Because that's what heroes do. They refuse to accept that evil is inevitable, even when all evidence suggests otherwise. They plant flags in impossible ground and dare the universe to knock them down. And sometimes, not often, but sometimes, the universe blinks first.